PKA 766. I think our guest King Trout will be here soon. Had an Uber issue. He was a last-minute fill-in, so thank you to him for that, Taylor.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by BetterHelp, Lock and Load, and our wonderful merchandise.
Mm-hmm.
We were just ranking our least favorite bugs.
Yeah.
I got everyone on Team Mosquito.
So I don't
you made a compelling point, yeah.
I'm not on Team Mosquito. Team Mosquito might have the most kills, but those aren't whites, okay? Those are poor brownies in foreign countries and people from olden times. Folks like us don't die of malaria. Olden days, when they were building the Panama Canal, they were dying. Look up the Panama Canal death rate.
No.
It's insane.
I bet there were a lot of white people in the Panama Canal and other people.
That was olden times.
Too. Okay.
That did fit into one of
modern whites. We have no issues with malaria. It doesn't like Western whites. We're good. So the mosquito is a minor annoyance that can be corrected with. There's a host of sprays, candles, and electronic doohickeys.
Hydroxychloroquine. Isn't that for malaria?
That is for. Or wait, no, that was a different thing, right?
Is it?
Believe it or not, I'm not up to
date. There's anti-malarial agents. There's definitely something to like treat malaria. So it's just not an issue for us. The hornet, however, live here in Georgia, and whenever I've encountered hornets, it's terrifying. And it's not the kind of like, oh, look at them over there. Like you'll see a wasp nest with 30 wasps on it. They'll be all angry, and it's like, oh, I almost bumped into those. As long as I stay over here, though, they won't bother me at all unless I bother them. Hornets, on the other hand, are territorial. They'll swarm you in numbers that seem inconceivable. They will grab onto your car and just attack your vehicle and try to get you. We were building a new house and staying at our old house. And in the driveway of the new house, there was a hollowed out oak with a huge Japanese hornet nest inside of an opening in it. So you really couldn't get to the whole nest. So what Dad would do every day when he left the work site, which was our new house to be, he'd roll the window of his truck down and give it a couple blasts of his 12 gauge. And then he'd roll the windows up real quick. Well, they would attach themselves all over the truck. They would swarm the windows thickly. And then we would drive all the way back home to the old house, 3-4 miles. It was close. They would still be on the car. They would still be on the car.
Like, not great. This upon yourself. Well, you were trying to transfer them away from the new house.
No, we shot them to death. Eventually, they all,
Taylor, at least 1% of them died every time.
Well, more! It's a shotgun into the core of their home. They were 3%. Destroying them. This took a couple weeks and they were all gone. But what I'm saying is they're huge. Find a picture of a Japanese hornet, Zach, and then see if you can show.
I know. I've seen it. I saw it fuck up a big spider in that Japanese video.
I want to see it. Probably our audience does too.
They're huge, terrifying. They intimidate me when I see one. I cower in fear. I am so scared of those things. That and scorpions, but we just don't have scorpions.
When it comes to worst bugs, I'm still on Team Mosquito. That's a Japanese hornet. It looks like a bumblebee.
That looks bigger than what I remember as a child.
Look at it on a hand. Oh
I'm guessing that's a small lady hand or something. I don't know. That looks a gargantuan.
If that's a small lady hand, that's an enormous hornet.
I mean,
that's still gigantic.
Who's foolish enough to hold it this way?
Some guy who's like into bugs.
Who's that guy who likes being stung? Cowboy something?
Cowboy
I think
Peterson.
I've seen this on Motherless. He's about to put that thing in his cock hole.
What is that? Is that a normal hornet? And then that bastardized Japanese version that they're giving us as revenge for the nuke?
Motherless goes too far.
Dude, you'll be scrolling through Motherless and it's like, oh, this is nice. Lots of old, early flash cam selfies in the mirror. Lots of really hot chicks. There's hardcore stuff there, a little BDSM, a little rough play, a little role play, maybe get a little wild with it. And you're just scrolling. Then it's a dude with his whole face covered in shit. I'm like,
Kyle's not describing my experience because I'm like, a third of these videos are turn offs. I'm not so shy that I can't deal with a little choking. We're cool, right? Oh, rough. Click. But when there's poop all over the thumbnail, I'm like, this is going in the wrong direction. Now I want to close the tab.
Yeah, nobody wants that. Or
somebody does. Apparently, there's an audience for this.
Oh, let me keep going. Like you'll scroll past the shit. Like I've trained myself to see it out of the corner of my eye, but not focus on it. So I'm aware of the shit, but not exposed to it. If that makes sense. It's a skill you build up over time. And I scroll down. Scroll down a little bit more, and more hardcore stuff, more sexy stuff. Like, oh my god, is that? it's like, this is all that old who's the I love deepthroat.com girl, Heather Brooke, whole Heather Brooke album. Wow, that's a blast from this past. And then it's a dude mutilating his penis. His penis is full of maggots. He has filled his foreskin with maggots, and they have chewed his penis. It's not exactly maggots, it looked like mealworms, and they have chewed his cockhead until it's bloody. And I'm just like, I wasn't trained for that yet. I'm trained for shit. And I like flick a little more. It's rough. You've got
porn
to
ban
search.
Has ruined porn. It's like, 2 years ago, if I saw a girl whose tongue was split and did shit that normal tongues don't, I'd be like, oh, that's crazy. Now I'm like, that's mild. You're making me kinkier, Republicans. This has backfired on you.
It's sent you down a rabbit hole of ghoulish content.
I have a site for you. This is where I go now. This is how you avoid the shit and the dick mutilation, and they also have like fake snuff, like women being fake hung to death. And it's like, man, I hope they went and knocked on all these doors to make sure these chicks were just pretending. You know what I mean?
This is all just like butts and tits. Like this is normal.
This stuff. But see, it's I don't know how you pronounce it, Erome or Erome, but EROME.com. This is just a good porn site. Like it's just good porn. Like, maybe this one's not the right. I think I took you to the wrong page.
You definitely linked us to pornography. Like this is
yeah. But I wanted to.
There's an ass. There's some titties with like that water emoji above it. That lady's using a vibrator. Some guy's spreading this lady's butthole.
Anyway, that's the place to go to get all your pornography, but none of the gore. And like, at least they did get the bestiality off of Motherless at some point. Like that's no longer there. But
really?
But the mutilation is still there. And like, for some reason, that's not censored. Like people really doing awful things to their genitals.
I remember the
really awful things
on some of the videos on Motherless being like, stupid cunt falls down subway stairs. And it's like, oh my God, this is a brutal injury. This is awful.
Oh, it wasn't even porn.
It was just like people being like, it was like the little commentary they used to have on E-Bombs World videos. I'm sure you guys remember, but much, much meaner and in more sexually focused, because E-Bombs World did have those like violent videos with the wacky descriptions too.
Who's really into catching girls at the pawn shop stealing things? Like, why is that such a prominent genre?
I think that's kind of hot. See, he's forcing them to have the sex. They don't want to. It's like, have sex with me or else. And they're like, sometimes it's like a mother and daughter. And it's like, yeah. Like the mother and daughter get caught like sneaking stuff into their purse, and they have to go to the back room. It's always the same back room. People the hottest women steal from this store you can imagine every day. And he's just like,
I just picture Kyle getting off to the last scene in Cape Fear. Like, we can teach a lesson here.
There's no crying. There's no like, no, they're not really being forced. Like clearly everyone's being paid. Just a little fantasy, Woody.
Is it always a pawn shop?
No. It's any number of stores. It's basically retail. The guy catches, this isn't like a favorite of mine, but I've seen it. The guy catches the girl stealing retail, stealing whatever, and then he basically, fuck me or else I call the cops.
Because I've seen those too. I just never noticed like a pawn shop theme. And in my head, I was thinking like, yeah, there's no way they're going to let these fucking whores traipse around Nordstrom to get B-roll for their little porn
what I'm
story.
talking about is always a pawn shop. It's the same pawn shop too. Like just time and time again, these girls keep trying. You wouldn't believe how many sexy 21-year-olds are trying to get free golf balls from a pawn shop or whatever it is they're trying to get. And it's like, this is a repetitive plot point.
Yeah. Another couple of big titty babes stole a Babe Ruth rookie card from the pawn shop.
You know, it's just, you know, you suspend your disbelief to get to the meat and potatoes, like it's a Star Trek movie or something. You know, I don't believe in the Force, but if it gets me to the lightsaber battles, I'll buy in. Just like there used to be how much incest, like faux incest, is on the internet? It's crazy. It always has to be stepmom, and it's like, why can't they go whole hog and just say it's his mom? That's what these people want. It must be against the law or something to say that it's his mom, even though they're all actors clearly in a. There's a cameraman.
Wow, this is a medical marvel.
You intentionally put the Force in Star Trek because you lost my belief system right there.
I shifted gears.
This is crazy. This mom is like maybe a year and a half older than her son. Doesn't seem likely.
Yeah, I don't really buy it. I mostly like amateur porn anyway. There's very little professional porn that I'm into. The only like professional porn I really watch is like if I actually, for some reason, I'm interested in that particular porn star, like the Nailin Palin chick. I really like her. Lisa Ann. I like Lisa Ann a lot.
I don't know her, but she must be dated out by now, right? Like
she was older back when I liked her. She was probably 40 when like 10 years ago, I would guess. But she's like huge titties and she has very Sarah Palin looking face. And then who's the other chick? Oh, Mia. I watch Mia Khalifa. Is that her name?
That is a porn actress's name, yeah.
But I only watch her now because I see those interviews where she does like lewd stuff, not nude stuff now, and she's like, "Oh, I regret all that so much." I'm like, "Really? Let me see."
You must have had a rough time.
Yeah.
Well, where is it now?
Yeah, I'm watching a video and there's like 4 cocks in her at the same time. I'm like, this is what she meant. This is what she meant. This is the part she regrets.
I went to Lisa Ann's Twitter and she's like selling a branded wine. She's giving out, what is this? Fantasy football draft order picks.
Oh, she's been doing that for a while, the draft stuff. Like, for some reason, I know that. Yeah. I think she, like, is really into it and good at it. If I remember correctly, she was featured on, like, maybe she was on ESPN or SportsCenter, like, giving good takes and doing well. So I have that memory.
The brains behind it, too. I thought someone who knew football on a 7 out of 10 level found a way to make that level of advice marketable by hiring.
I'm accessing a memory for the first time ever, but I'm almost positive that I remember like a decade ago her being on SportsCenter or something and be like, that's fucking Lisa Ann. She actually knows fantasy football? Because I don't.
You might be right, because I'm scrolling down. There's no nudity. This is all like pimping a book, wine, and stuff about football. So there you go.
On porn actresses that have other talents, I watched Sasha Grey on Twitch play Souls games. She's a player. Like,
really?
I'm not saying she's, little Aggie or something. He's a very, very good player. But she belongs on Twitch. She's not the worst Souls player on Twitch. That's for sure.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Isn't worst Souls player on Twitch also a genre where like people with no familiarity have a little ticker where it's like, I'm a professional Counter-Strike player and I've never done anything other than shooters. I'm going to play this and see how many times I die. And you'll see like a clip where it's like the number's like 3,402 and they're like exasperated. Dude,
there's this one guy. I'm going to mess up his name. It's close to like Dan Giesling or something like that. And he was first famous from Big Brother. And his superpower is never giving up and never getting tilted. He has those two things. His superpower is not really improving at the game. That's not really his thing. But I watched a compilation video of him attempting to beat Melania without leveling up his health. It wasn't a rune level 1 type thing. Like he's not level, because he leveled up the damage he did, but he didn't level up the damage he could take. He got it on his 3,000th try. 3,000 tries in a row against the same boss over the course of weeks, if not months. And he would live stream them all just again and again and again. And like, he'd come he didn't know there was a phase 2 for like 1,000 tries. Phase 1.
All right. Well, then that's how you know he's not trying, because he should have been watching videos if he meant business, right? I think his gimmick is failing at it at this point. If he didn't know about phase 2 after trying it 1,000 times, that means he failed 1,000 times without watching a single tutorial. I'd watch 10 days. I'd be watching tutorials for 2 weeks before I downloaded the game. I know it's that hard. Hey there, Trout.
Hi, everybody. How's it going, guys?
Looks like you're in the gun cave there.
I am indeed. You might recognize this studio as belonging to a man whose bathroom I destroyed a few months ago.
Can you?
Are you getting it done?
No, fuck no. No, this is vacation for me right now.
Can you
Move
close
the-
your
Move
mic?
your mic
You're-
closer. You sound
Closer,
angry.
closer, you're far away. So you're at his house right now, and so did you already go through a little conversation where you're like, yeah, the thing about that bathroom is
Yeah, I got a lot of other projects lined up right now. It's been, busy past 4 months.
I got to use your podcast studio, by the way.
Yeah, by the way,
I'm not installing your sink. Also,
what's the
I
password
promise
to your
most of the
computer?
guns will be there when I leave.
Yeah, I can be trusted with your things.
well, that's good. Yeah, I remember being at one of those, I guess JT's house with the Black Rifle Coffee guys, and being like astounded. Number one, the house was unreal nice, and then how many rooms you could walk into. Like Harley was walking me around. He's like, "This is a study, and also gun storage. This is a laundry room, which doubles as gun storage, and here's a kitchen. You'll notice gun storage." And it was just I don't know how to. If Kyle walked through there, he would, have one of those like Tony Stark, like the little labels popping up in his head of like the amounts of money. But I don't have that. I was just like, wow. I imagine all of these are inordinately expensive.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that now. Like back there in the back corner, standing up. It's not on the rack. It's sitting on the floor. It's really blurry, and I can really only see the outline. Is that an SVT 40?
I think so. It looks almost like an SKS. Let me grab it.
Yeah, they do, but they're from World War II.
SVT 40, is that like a Russian gun, an American gun?
Yeah, from COD 5.
Oh, okay.
I can't tell if it is because it was way back. I think it is. I've never seen one in real life. I'm just going off like video game knowledge. Yeah, that's an SVT 40. I'm almost positive. Or some
I'm not a
variant
giant
thereof.
gun nerd, but
I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, neato. Wild that he has that. That's awesome.
Are those expensive or just
I have
rare?
no idea. I've just never seen one before
Can you
outside
read
of
what
video
it is?
games.
Is it like stamped on there?
good
It'll be
question.
Russian, eh?
Before I asked it, I was like, of course he can't. He's not wearing glasses. It's like, oh right, some
Yeah.
people just raw dog small print somehow.
SVT 1940, made in Russia. It's actually in English characters though. So,
Huh.
All right.
Modern recreation for sure.
yeah.
Either way, that's neat.
Is it because of the English?
Because of the
stamp?
English and it's in flawless condition. And he's and he also had it propped up back there like it didn't cost $30,000 or something.
just casual, just showing up.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's fucking cool. I always got to look at that.
There's a golden deagle down there, and then just to make sure he knows, like that's his fancy day deagle. It looks like there's a normal one above it.
Is that a
day-
Dragunov? Like two above that? Maybe. Probably not. Too short.
It
No,
looks
it's
like
it's in everything. It's in Tarkov, it's in PUBG, it's the fully automatic suppressed.
AK-74U.
No. They
suppressed.
use it's the special forces rifle.
VSS.
The VSS, yeah.
Zach commented that I stole it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. P90, some sort of a
Just like-
G3.
I mean,
Wow.
He's got a
Four
fucking
shooters.
thumper. There's the AK-74.
you accept it more easily.
I play no shooters. So there's no way I would know that.
Yeah.
Mm,
Yeah, it's integrally suppressed. It's supposed to, their Spetsnaz supposedly uses those, and maybe
don't
like
love
whatever.
the look of that one. The China Lake. I noticed that from.
Thumper.
Or is that not what it's called? The
China. I don't know. China Lake. I've only ever heard in COD World at War, but it's the breakdown 40 mil launcher from Vietnam, whatever it's really called.
We're talking about his thumper.
Yep.
That's pretty sick.
I think he just got that recently. There are grenades for it downstairs.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not like live, high explosives.
Dude, if you've ever seen one of those chalk rounds go off, I think it'd kill a man.
Really?
I think if you got shot with a 40 mil chalk round at point blank, definitely in the head, it'd kill you. But like maybe even in the chest. Like when I've shot them, they get gone and they go far, hundreds of yards. Like it's like thunk. It's like, holy shit. I'm glad we didn't fuck around with that.
Yeah.
That was for real.
Yeah,
Same
he's
with
talking about
those,
buying he was talking about buying a mortar tube earlier. We got a buddy who's down here right now from Buffalo, New York, and we're like, oh shit, we could probably make it to Canada from his backyard.
and like, sneak in
Texas.
I know the mortar.
Yeah, no, up in New York. We were going to mortar a foreign
That's a
country.
cruise missile we're describing.
you're gonna an act of war.
Yeah,
You're gonna blow off some Mountie's horse leg.
yeah. What are they going to do? Apologize?
You can get those mortar tubes, and then you can you can fire that thing really cheap. Obviously, it's not explosive rounds, but it uses like 12 gauge shotgun shells to power them when you drop them in there, and they're fun to play with. It's more like lawn darts than artillery, though. It's kind of when it hits the ground, it just goes thunk. You're like, oh, that was kind of underwhelming.
I saw like you could definitely kill someone with one of those fake RPG heads that like they don't explode, but you put it in the RPG and then you shoot it and it's just kind of thunk.
The training round for the AT4 would definitely kill a person. Those little it's like a 20 millimeter rocket or something like that. I don't know. I had like 5 of them. They're like $350 a piece for these little training rockets, and they shoot out of the AT4 launcher. And I shot one like elevated one time to just see how far it'd go from my dad's house. And I pointed in a safe-ish direction up in the kind of like 45-degree angle and let her fly. Safe. And it just went, zoom! And I was like, there was no arc to that. It just like, where did that go? It went so crazy. I'm going to guess the range was 1,500 yards or something. It got gone.
Does it kick?
It's a dart. You know, it's recoilless because it's
because it blows out the back, right?
Yeah, it blows, and it's that launcher that you've probably seen in movies. You like pull both ends to like make it big, and then it's got just awful sights.
Okay.
There's one of those downstairs in his kitchen right now.
Yeah.
He must have brought that to the gun event I went to, because like there were lines to shoot all the neat guns, but the line to shoot like the RPG was by far the longest. I saw Sam Hyde shoot it, and that was the only person I saw shoot it. And I was like, oh, this isn't nearly as much a dummy round as I thought. Like, if that hits you anywhere, it's an absolute catastrophe. Like, it's not like you can like, shake your forearm and be like, that's smarts. Like, you're going to the hospital.
That might be something that they rigged up so that they have a reusable, easily reloadable type thing. Like, they might be reloading their own rockets, because the rockets I was shooting were Army issue, and there's a few things that like are on the market, but the only way they can get on the market is if they were stolen off an Army base, like 50 cal Ralphos rounds, the explosive 50 BMG rounds. No one's ever sold those. So, but you can go to Knob Creek and they'll have some for sale for like $30 a shot. And it's like the only way this could be here is if someone stole this off of a military base. And I think maybe the same is true for those AT4 practice rounds, because when I was sourcing them, there were dozens to be had, and I bought 5, I think, for like $300 a piece. Like $300 a piece.
At the range day was basically shooting like literal like firework mortars. Like they just threw the you know what I'm talking about, the things that look like little Christmas ornaments or whatever with a wick, and you put them in the tube on the ground and it falls over and you shoot them into your neighbor's house.
Okay.
It was just those things, but it was fun.
Those rockets are wild. You could probably kill a deer with one of those rockets. I thought we were going to do that one time, but I shot all my rockets up, like filming a video.
Like missing a deer? Oh no, just
well, I had to do a video for some movie. I can't remember what it was, but I wanted to blow up a truck with the AT4, which meant I had to hit explosives with that little training rocket from far away because we're blowing up a truck. And I missed the first 2 times, and the third shot I hit it. That's the best shot I've ever made on anything ever. Was making that stupid training rocket hit a target about this big from 50, 60 yards away. That was amazing that I did that. I couldn't believe that it hit it and worked.
How many more shots did you have? Had you missed?
None. That was the last shot.
It was the last one.
I was like, if this one doesn't work, we're going to wire the truck. We're going to run like a wire to it and like trigger it.
We've got footage of you shooting. We don't need to we can do a jump cut right there.
Well, actually, I think I had one more rocket, and we were going to like shoot that rocket and detonate the truck with like a detonator. But it went off right. It all happened for realsies. Those things are neat.
Yeah, I like those little moments in your videos where you could tell when you turned around to address the camera that you didn't fully anticipate it going that way, and you could see like the kind of shocked Kyle face return quickly to the Dimitri face and be like, and that is what happened.
It's like, on one hand, it's like, do you really think I've ever done this before? And on the other hand, it's like, I've done this before.
The shrug you did after you almost got hit by that fucking truck door still cracks me up every time I see it.
That was wild.
Like inches from your death, and you just turn and you're like
you'd have been on Motherless.
Yeah.
It was over so fast there was no time to be afraid. So by the time it had happened, it was already over, and it was something that happened in the past now, and it's like that was cool. So I was never afraid, but it was after the fact when I saw it on camera. And what you haven't seen is I had like good high speed photography behind me, and that footage, you can see the door. You can see that door moving at 5,000 frames per second, and it's pretty close. It's pretty close.
So close.
If I'd taken one nice side step to the right, I would have been in the danger zone. I think it probably would have hit me.
Yeah, half a step, like
one full step for
the
sure.
Injury would be. I guess it's hard to estimate.
It's hard.
Who
to
knows
estimate.
where it would have hit you, right? If it
It's
hit you,
light. What was going was pretty light. It was the sheet metal exterior of the truck door, but it was going fast, and that stuff is sharp. So if it hit me just right, then it kills me.
Way.
It could kill me for
if it
sure.
hits you just right, sure. But more likely, it maims you. And we all know a scar longer than 3 inches or so, Kyle just ends it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest, like
because
that would have been a bigger video. If it hit
bisect
me, it would have been a cooler video. If it hit me and just hurt me kind of bad, like 30 stitches bad. Like if it had done that, that'd have been a cool fucking video.
Especially if you played it off cool. Like,
I would.
A flesh wound.
Look,
there is no world I am not
a badass.
30
I am not a
stitches.
badass, but FPS-Russia is. FPS-Russia would not. He'd have, look at this. That is a lot of blood. I promise you that's what FPS-Russia would have said. Kyle would have passed out and fainted after the camera turned off because he's afraid of blood. But Dimitri, he loves blood. He'd have thought that was cool as shit, and he'd have said so. I promise you that's what would have happened.
I barely ever use that leg anyway.
I'd have showed up with a light gun, or something like that for sure. But yeah, that was a close one for sure. Yeah, that was a good one.
That was fun. That was a good video. We need old Donnie J.
That one's not even my. I like that one, but my favorite is the one. I don't know my guns, but it's hardly even a gun. You sit on it. I think you describe it as the world's largest machine gun, and with every shot, it shoots a little bit higher.
Yeah, the 40 millimeter Bofors anti-aircraft gun that was mounted on World War II battleships and such.
Yeah, that one.
I had no knowledge of what those were meant to do. And watching that video the first time, I had the requisite thought process, which I mean most people did, being like, oh, that can't be okay. It started firing up in the air.
It was Kyle told me in private. Can I tell the story? What it was?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Right. Kyle told me in
private. Limitations.
Yeah.
So he's shooting at a mountainside with trees on it, and the gun goes like choo 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 choo, and after he shoots it, he's like, that was badass, or whatever it is he says in his cool FPS-Russia, like I meant to do that. And then the camera turns off, and this is what Kyle tells me. He's like, I was like, why is it pointed up? And they're like, you're supposed to hold that lever while you shoot it. No one told me that. He's like,
no,
what's over there? And the answer was like
Nashville.
Yeah. I guess we'll find out.
7 miles out, 7 miles that way, he said. I was like, how far does that go? 7.5 miles, he said. And I'm like, fuck, what's over there? He's like, there's some horse farms over there, and they're not cheap horses. I'm like, how expensive we're talking about? I'm like, he's like, there are some $100,000 horses over there, and I'm like sweating.
Yeah. Dude, some fucking Prince of Persia is going to be furious.
Yeah,
the racehorse explodes.
Yeah, so of course we added in impacts from a different shot where they all go toof 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 toof.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, yeah.
Trout, I want to know why is Castro any weirder than the Un boys in North Korea? I see you say he's the weirdest, but I don't know. I feel like the North Korea boys are pretty strange.
Little clickbaity there. He is a fucking weirdo. He famously is the father to Trudeau, which I completely forgot to write into the script of my video, despite the fact that all the evidence that he fucked Trudeau's mom and then they look the same is there. Wore the exact same thing literally every day for the entirety of his life. until he switched it up for track suits, and then he started getting like bashed by news agencies because they said it was like kind of frumpy of him. But I fuck with the tracksuits. I think they go hard. He had the world's largest ice cream building, or ice creamatorium. I don't know what the hell you call it. Ice cream parlor built, seated 1,000 people. And they're like bragging about, it had at its peak had 26 whole different flavors of ice cream to choose from. So I was like, wow, that's nearly as many as Baskin Robbins.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, but Baskin Robbins is pumping those numbers. Like at least half of them are horse shit. Where it's like bubble gum. Fuck you. Not eating bubble gum.
Bubble gum. Those are the same flavor.
Yeah. Sour blue raz.
My patriotism requires me to say, you don't know that those other flavors are good. What are we talking about? North Korea ice cream or something? Like, what's to say they're better than Baskin Robbins? That all 26 are bangers.
Oh, no. I was meaning that if Baskin Robbins is having to stretch it, then I bet there were some fucking losers in the Castro kitchen. Like, there aren't 30 good flavors of ice cream on earth. There's unless you get into like weird math and you're like, we're going to count vanilla and we're going to count vanilla with cookie dough as different flavors and vanillas with
they're two different flavors.
crust,
You're
cookies.
saying cookie dough and vanilla don't count as two flavors?
I'm saying we're stretching. Like that's a topping addition, not the ice cream itself.
Get the
His
fuck
thing
out of here.
was
It is
more-
not an
more
addition.
bullshit.
It's mixed in.
That's what it is. You add it and you mix it in. Point proven.
And there's only one flavor of ice cream.
Yeah, there's only vanilla then, by
it
your
would be
logic.
vanilla, chocolate, strawberry,
No, wait a minute.
bubblegum,
There are no
raspberry,
flavors of ice cream,
pistachio.
Taylor, because those are just toppings mixed in. That's what chocolate is. Chocolate doesn't count as a flavor now under Taylor's rules.
You're being
Castro would do away
You
with
are
you
looking at my
First
salient
thing.
point and being pedantic.
The Castro menu was
You
worse
worked in
than
an
you
ice
were
cream
thinking.
shop. You should know better.
Because
I've been working at ice cream shops for a day. I even forget that. I won't tell the story again. But yeah, I have one day of
He was
ice
stealing the
cream
cream.
experience. One day of Ben and Jerry's experience.
I
Didn't get
expected
paid.
more from a retired professional.
Now I'm looking at his ice cream parlor here. Not only was he just a voracious ice cream eater, they're talking about him finishing off like 18 scoops after a Sunday lunch
in one sitting. Yeah.
But I think the reason for him
shit.
investing in it was because of the American embargo. He couldn't get like American ice creams. He's like, I'll show them. I'll make my own ice cream and better.
That's what he was doing. He was trying to breed a Cuban super cow. So they spent all this money like researching because he wanted Cuba to be like the dairy capital of, the Western hemisphere. And so they were selectively breeding cows until they got one Ubre Blanca, white udder, which they said it produced like 29 gallons of milk in one day, which would be the world record. And it's also like double the amount that even like modern fucking cows produce.
He wouldn't lie about that.
It's total horse shit. He like made it his pride and joy. And it was like Kyle was saying, I mean, it was literally to like brag to the Western world, like, oh no, well, I don't know why I was going to make him Russian. Commie. Communism works. Look at how great our system is.
Look at this.
Milk.
I only can do the Mexican. So look at this cow. They make more milk than you can even believe.
Do a Tony Montana. That'll get you there.
Isn't he like angry?
Usually, yeah. Pacino's just always angry. So
this cow makes more milk than anyone.
No, that's
I've never seen that.
woman.
I've never seen that movie.
You've never seen Scarface?
No. Actually, I have. I saw it on TV, and I didn't appreciate it because they took a lot of scenes out. Apparently,
Well, you can't.
I was like 14 or 15.
What do you? Yeah, watch King of the Hill 50 fucking times.
Taylor's lack of culture is a form of child abuse, and I feel like Kyle's just putting his finger in that wound and hurting it. Right? The fact that he hasn't seen Terminator, he wasn't raised in a good home like we were.
Dude, that would be the best live PKA ever. We stream all of us watching Terminator 2, and I'm like 4 minutes in. I'm on my phone. I'm like gay. Like just
Listen, I will make a separate. We can make a separate YouTube channel where we do nothing but we watch movies Taylor's never seen, and we can sit there and we can do like the commentary for Terminator 2. I would love to do that.
This sounds fun. I'm safe from Mandy as well.
Yeah, because I've seen that one.
That pile of trash.
Scarface is look. I like Scarface. I don't love Scarface. I think the first half is superior to the second half. It reminds me of like Full Metal Jacket or something like that. Not that there's that big change in what's going on, but it's the first half is his rise to power, and the second half is his downfall.
Mhm.
I don't want to see Tony have a downfall, even though he deserves it. Like I want, I hate to see him like, well, there's a downfall. I won't spoil the movie because you haven't seen it. My God,
I know how it ends. I think they get him.
you don't know how it ends.
He shoots the machine gun and wrecks that beautiful house, and he snorts the cocaine,
I'll play rough, okay.
which ends up
Let's
being
play rough.
which is baby laxative, which is nice because that's the same thing they cut cocaine with in real life, and so it's pretty realistic. You just have to imagine he has really bad cocaine. But we still have that idea, Kyle, for the podcast where we review movies, but I never watched the film.
We would watch it together. We would do we would play the movie in a call and we would watch it together. And I would be like, so James Cameron actually did all this himself. He ran out of money. And what you're seeing there is styrofoam, spray paint, and he's actually puffing a cigarette, blowing it. Now in this next scene, when you see the body bag zip up, they didn't have a body bag. That's James Cameron's suit case, his suit bag that they're zipping him up in. I'd like go through the movie and I'd like give you little tidbits like that because
Which movie is this?
That's Terminator 1. At the end, when the Terminator's reaching for Sarah and she's like, "You're terminated," or whatever she says, and smushes him with the press. There's a close up of its head getting crushed and its eye goes out, and he had ran out of money, and that's all like styrofoam spray paint and literally him like blowing some cigarette smoke.
They just literally hydraulically press a homeless man to get that scene. They're free.
So
You just grab them.
It's that Finnish guy doing the commentary for the hydraulic. Remember, he was like the first guy to do the hydraulic press, and he'd be like, "Today we are going to put the homeless man's head in the hydraulic press and see what happens." And the guy's like, "Yeah, this is a good idea for a
He'd get
show."
so many views. It'd be on Motherless though.
Like I have seen.
I'll do a whole.
I
It
think
should
I've
be a
seen a
whole
decent
YouTube
number
channel
of
so we avoid any like copyright stuff because we can include footage, but there's a fine line. You know what I mean?
I've seen all the Beethovens.
We're not going to watch any Beethoven. We're going to watch any Beethoven movies, Taylor.
All right, then we'll start with the big ones: Titanic, Good,
Harry
Bad, and the
Henderson.
Ugly.
Harry and the
You haven't
Henderson.
seen either of those?
I've only seen part of Titanic on TV.
Titanic's fine. I mean, it was more of a cultural event type thing. You kind of had to be there at the time, moment kind of thing. The special effects are incredible, but the love story squished in there isn't great. I don't care for the love story. I could do without it. I'm there to see the boat sink. So and you know how it ends.
Yeah,
Like you already know everything. You could probably tell us the movie Titanic and barely miss a beat.
at some point you see her tits, and that was the scene that like all my friends in I guess it was early middle school would rave about. Late grade school, but they saw it middle school. It's like, oh, have you seen Titanic? Dude, her tits. That was the only thing I knew about it for the longest time.
Yeah.
And then you watch
fan.
some of it on TV and there's no fucking tits. What's the point?
I don't watch edited movies. I don't know. I would rather sit and like stick my thumb up my ass than watch an edited for TV version of a movie that's like, especially when the violence, language, or nudity are kind of central to the plot of the film. Her tits are the main plot point of the movie. The whole thing that gets it going.
Choice. It depends on my mood. The thumb or the movie.
The thumb or the. I can do both.
You know, I on the tail of the Castro ice cream thing, where like he was trying to lie about that, but it was also clearly his very most favoritist food. Kim Jong Un is a cheese man. A regular cheeseman, and I like that about him because do you know the dedication it takes to be a bona fide cheeseman if you're Asian?
Mm-hmm. Lactose intolerant.
Yeah.
He's having diuretic shits, just brutal bowel movements for days, but it won't stop him. He's eating entire bricks of cheese. The article I found was like Kim Jong Un's favorite snack. Only cheese. And so it's like he's not even having entire charcuterie layouts. He's just feasting on like a brick of Gouda and then some Swiss and then throw a little, Gruyere in there. Not crackers for him. He's a purist. He's eating it with his hands. Who's going to fucking stop him? He's a king.
Giant rat.
He does look a little like that. That would be horrible for me if everybody had to tell me I wasn't getting fat. they'd be like, wow, you're looking good. And I'd be like out of breath walking up 3 stairs.
He was seemingly losing weight there for a bit, but I saw him maybe 3 months ago whenever that battleship of theirs tipped over and broke. And he was wearing like this. He looked like Tony Soprano in the later seasons when he's wearing that gigantic leather jacket. He had one of those on, sort of prancing around. He had a bad bitch with him, though. I always see him with like a really hot 22-year-old Korean girl who's well fed.
Has to offer.
They're like the pleasure team or something like that.
I don't know if he has that, but Gaddafi had like those.
I watched an interview today of a guy who used to work in the palace where all those girls were, and they're showing this like aerial view of the compound, and it's gigantic. It's just for him, and he has a handful of women who sometimes will wait around for like over a year or two before they get selected to be banged.
That's awesome. I hope he's into weird stuff too.
I bet he's into cheese play. That's probably what he's all about. Yeah, he makes them eat it. They're also lactose intolerant. They're all lactose intolerant because they're in Korea. But he's in it for the love of the game. Couldn't respect that guy more for what he's doing over there. I mostly know about the cheese stuff. I don't know what else he's up. What else?
He's quite the despot.
Yeah. Geopolitically, I don't know where he's at, but big fan of the cheesy.
Greatest golfer ever, I'm told.
A despot. How about this pot of cheese? Yeah, eating that. That's what he's doing.
Pretty evil guy. I don't think those troops he sent to Russia panned out too well. That seemed to really fizzle out on him.
Yeah, they had probably unrestricted access to pornography, and then immediately just jerked themselves off till they got droned to death.
And also,
they died doing what they love.
Being some like Russian soldier who was just given like you're conscripted as a Russian, you're like, fuck, I gotta go to war, and then you're like, oh, but at least we've been reassured this is going like super well. There aren't enormous casualties on both sides of this conflict. And then you just see like a random team of 5'4" North Koreans in their goofy outfits. And you're just like, oh my God, this cannot be going well. Like this is.
I saw where some Russians. So the Koreans gave a bunch of stuff. Artillery shells and men were the main things you heard about, but also some rations, food, military rations. And I saw this Russian soldier, and obviously they're printed. The cans of food are printed in Korean. Russians don't read Korean any better than we do. So he's just like, you know what this says? I looked into it. I translated. Dog is dog. They had sent a fucking canned dog.
Is there still fighting in Russia? Ukraine invaded Russia and they took some amount of territory. Because it used to be the Ukrainians weren't fighting in the North Koreans weren't fighting in Ukraine, is what I was trying to get out. Mm-hmm. They were fighting in Russia in the territory that Ukraine had seized. And I'm like, is there still any Russian territory? I'm not sure. I thought maybe you might know.
It seemed like they were doing like runs into the territory with vehicles there for a while, but I haven't heard about that in months now, about them doing that. And whenever I see the map of the territorial gains, that's not on the map. It seems like they've taken a bit of Ukraine, like a crescent moon's shape of Ukraine, and without any parts into Russia lost.
I'm looking at the map now. There's a little bit more than zero, but it doesn't seem like it's enough to.
Are you looking at? There's like I'm assuming it's that little light red thing on the north.
Purple. Is the color I'm
I'm
about.
on a different map then. Yeah, north of Sumy. Or wait, what is that? Sumy? Is that Cerny? No, that's Sumy. I don't know.
Yeah, north of Sumy. It's northwest of Sumy. Purple. Zoom.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like on this map. I don't know. It looks like less than the last time we looked at this, but that was.
I agree. Ukraine has been losing territory, but. There are all kinds of moral victories and body counts and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm sure the body count is in the favor of the Ukrainians since they're playing defense mostly. But I saw some like on the ground stuff today, and it was an American who was there fighting, and he was like, on the news, you guys are going to hear about us losing a lot of ground, losing a lot of territory. From the top of this building, I can see where we were fighting a year and a half ago. That's how much land we've lost here. It's like, it's over there. That's where we were, and now we're here. And like that was interesting to me because I imagine they've been pushed back 150 miles.
That's like World War I shit.
Yeah,
it's really slow and grading. Yeah,
that map that I was just looking at that Zach sent it, I feel like that has looked almost identical for like the last year and a half, 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Good on them. That's incredible that they've been able to hold off like that against bigger numbers and such a gigantic economy.
Mm.
Wonder,
like I said, that thing's not stopping anytime soon.
No.
You think anybody's worried in like the Baltic states? Like some person in like Serbia is like, oh, it's getting. Well, I guess no, it's not getting closer, but it could at some point. Like,
yeah, they're all.
We're just going
Lithuania
throughout their lives. Lithuania like is way closer. I was meaning like Greece.
Are we
Serbia.
talking about the same military powerhouse, Lithuania, that I'm thinking of?
I was going to say Lithuania's scared. Like Lithuania is like they're like.
Oh yeah, of course.
They're next. You know?
Did you like? It's just sometimes it's kind of fun. Use that map of like the true size of like states and countries and stuff, and I'll just like drag my home state of Missouri or some other state and be like, wow, like bigger than a lot of these little teeny countries. Like there are whole countries with their own language that are like you could drive 3 times in a day. Point to point across them. It's so bizarre as an American looking at that shit.
Because of all the gerrymandering news that's been going on lately, I've seen a lot of content that's showing the economic power of California compared to the world and the rest of the country. And just the San Francisco Bay Area is a bigger economy than every state other than Texas, New York, and I think Florida.
You're telling me the 8 largest companies on Earth based out of that area are big? That's
it's true.
That's really astounding.
But it's a pinprick of land, and only Texas, Florida, and New York are bigger economies.
Yeah.
The other one that gets me
Cali's
is
for the 4th biggest economy on the planet.
If you look at Los Angeles County's population, it's more than like 37 states or something like that. And I was surprised. It was like bigger than North Carolina, bigger than New Jersey. New Jersey's known for its population density. It's not the biggest population, but the density is really there. Smaller than Los Angeles County. I was like, damn, it was close.
They should break California up into a couple more states. They really should, right?
They were talking about it for a while.
Texas should be 3 states. California should be 2 states. Alaska should be 4.
No.
What made you pick those?
Alaska.
Because they're all gigantic and unwieldy.
But why would Texas be 3 and California 2?
California like breaks right in half like a Twix bar or something. And I feel like Texas though is kind of weird. I feel like it should be 3, and it's so big. It's 3 different like environmental areas. Like Western Texas is nothing like Eastern Texas geographically.
Yeah, well, it's enormous. That makes sense.
That's true.
But we couldn't do that. Like, and I've said this before, and I stand by it. If we're gonna like balkanize some states, make them into smaller pieces, we have to just go and commit to an even 60. We can't be some 54, 57 state having country. Like the flag's going to look absurd. Like just a cool go up by 10. If we have the luxury of doing so.
Hang on though, but maybe the stars aren't in a square anymore. Maybe they become a circle, or maybe they become something else. You know what I mean? Like if you just make it 55, maybe a circle looks cool.
It should represent our country. It should be a Star of David.
Tax dollars. I've always said we should put like one really big star right in the middle of the blue, and then surround it with like 49 other smaller stars, and then everybody has to fight over who the big star is.
But there's no like answer to it.
There's no answer.
Israel's the big star.
Yeah.
What if that was our pitch to Canada? You want to be the 51st state? I'm just saying. Here's a mock-up flag.
The big star.
They're not the big star, folks.
We got 50 stars and a leaf.
Canada would have to be. How many provinces does Canada have? Is it like
5,
4?
Right?
7, I think. They have territories too. It's provinces and territories.
It's
like
British.
Yukon, and there's fucking nothing up there.
Oh yeah, there's like Yukon, Nunavut, British Columbia, Alberta, Ontario, Quebec, and probably something else.
Manitoba? I don't know.
Manitoba.
This guy knows too much about Canada. Is he a spy?
I respect their hockey culture.
Likes hockey, knows the territories in Canada. I'm on to you.
Canada can get away with whatever they want forever for introducing the great sport of hockey to the world.
It has 3 territories:
Big shout out to
the
Canada.
Yukon, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut.
Yeah,
Nunavut. Interesting.
that's where the Eskimos live.
I'm seeing that.
I'm serious. Yeah, like it's where the Eskimos live. There's one I think the most northern populated area in Canada is a little city called Yellowknife, and it might be in Nunavut. And it has the same or similar weather, maybe a teeny bit less extreme than that Russian city in Siberia that we've talked about, where like the oil in your car freezes and shit. Like that's how intense it is up there. Maybe it's Whitehorse. I thought there was one really north called Yellowknife. Newfoundland and Labrador. Look at that. We forgot them. And those are the guys with the bar none funniest accents in all of Canada.
Yeah, they're from a place named after 2 dogs.
That would be so funny if like they took those names after we gave the dogs those names. Like that. Yeah. Is that not the case? Like we
take over Canada. Quebec's getting named Golden Retriever. Ontario is going to be German Shepherd. We're going through the list. We're changing them
all fucking dog names. But yeah.
I saw this too, Kyle. Zach, can you show the
what do we got here?
I found it fascinating. So this is U.S. sports popularity from 1920 to now. Yeah, it's kind of a broken link, but if you leave it here, it works. Baseball is the blue one that starts off with this massive popularity and has just I mean, you see, and then at the bottom you see that hockey is this just almost no growth in 100 years.
It went from second to last.
NHL cares.
Basketball is the green one. It's currently fun. Number 2, which is better than I expected. Am I reading that right?
Yeah, definitely. I know baseball's dropped off big time. This is good. Like, I hope hockey stays consistent in their slow growth. They're not going to be wearing gay socks.
Slow growth.
Look, they were at 5%, and now they're at 9%. A mere century later.
By 2090, we'll have 30 more fans.
And that's fine. That's fine. Just keep hockey the way it is. It's fun to watch.
I'm insistent that baseball would be way more popular if they didn't play 900 fucking games every year.
Yeah, and if the sport was like fun to watch. Like if there were even the whiff of physicality, even baseball fights are gay. It's a bunch of why I oughtas, a bunch of put them up, put up your dukes. It's so lame.
Sometimes it is. Excuse me. Most of the time it is. I've seen maybe 3 good baseball fights ever, where people got actually punched in the face and somebody goes down. The whole clearing of the bullpens, especially, is bullshit. That's when the bench is obviously clear because you want to back your guy. But the bullpen, that's the pitchers who warm up in the back, the relief pitchers and stuff. They come running from all the way behind the outfield. It's like, just stay. Just stay. Keep warming up, you fucking asshole. That's stupid. Because I've never seen it turn into like a full...
pitchers. Do they even have the cardio to do that without it impacting the rest of their game?
They're hard hitting.
They're hold me back, guys. Hold me back. That happened every once in a while in the NHL, where like there'd be a big line brawl where all the guys are actually fighting, and then one goalie, sometimes Patrick Waugh, that guy Kyle linked me a video about, he was a lunatic. Like the one goalie would be like, yeah, you come on, putting his arms up like he's, relaxed. Like, yeah, you come on down and you fight me. And usually the other goalie, unless it was like Ron Hextall or Patrick Waugh, would be like, yeah, no, you come and fight me, Buster. But if it was Patrick Waugh or Ron Hextall, they would skate down and beat the fuck out of the other goalie. And that was great.
Hextall would fight skaters.
Yeah.
And Hextall would fight anyone. He would start fights with anyone, but he didn't win all his fights. He was just really enthusiastic about it.
Yeah.
And somehow I like that at least as much. He's like, you know what? I'll kill you. Like you actually won't. You're very clumsy in all this stuff.
Yeah, you're wearing some giant goofy pads that make it impossible to like fight correctly. But yeah, Ron Hextall ruled. My favorite Philly goalie ever. I think most Philly fans.
He wasn't really good at the being a goalie part. He was okay.
He has moments.
He had his moments. Imagine you needed a tree that grew to 50 feet tall and provided that amount of shade. And now, amongst all the Hextall trees you've ever seen, one time it got that tall. One time ever. Would you buy that tree if you needed a 50-foot shade tree? You wouldn't. You'd pick a different tree. But he was still dope.
Yeah, he was still cool. I liked him. But you're right, Kyle. Baseball is collapsing, and if they're not careful in the next 10 years, they're going to be losing to hockey.
No, they're not.
Really?
I want to see the chart again.
Yeah, let me see that chart again.
Look at the trajectory. I'm also doing the kind of math where someone's like, 2 weeks ago, my son was 10 pounds, and now he's 13 pounds. By 2041, he will be 3 trillion pounds.
It will probably flatten out and stop losing popularity like it is. But I also wonder if this chart is that current? Do you think that's 2025 right now?
Yeah, I do.
Because I thought baseball got a little more popular when they put it
in the top. It says 25.
Okay. What is the clock they put on the pitcher to keep the game moving along? Is there a name for it?
The pitch clock or the pitch? It was something with pitching, like they have to pitch fast.
Oh, I thought you were saying the bitch clock.
Oh,
the gay nerd throw the ball clock. Obviously,
the gonna be losing to hockey in a few years, and that's pretty embarrassing. Because
we're scratching your dick. This game is 7 hours long.
How is this measured? Because like we've talked a bunch of times about how ratings for basketball, the green line, have tanked. They went down 40%, but not in this chart. So
it's a share of popularity index, but that doesn't mean anything to me. That right? What's based upon?
There is a source on the left.
Some guy made up
a source.
No, baseball is definitely collapsing. It's a slow sport, and I think that people who haven't played don't appreciate how hard it is to hit a baseball. It's the hardest thing to do in all of sports.
I've heard it's the easiest.
That's not true. And,
people say it is. People say it's the easiest thing to do.
They do say that.
It's certainly the gayest, right?
I'm glad to see basketball is kind of stagnant. Like it deserves it. Basketball's been lame for a long time.
Such a hater.
Look at the bump it got for during the Jordan years. Look at the Jordan years, fucking making basketball be great again.
You know what? Interesting though, the '80s didn't get a similar bump, and that was the Larry Bird, Michael Magic Johnson years.
Mm-hmm. I think the Dream Team and the fucking Olympics and all that stuff was just overwhelming.
The only thing I don't like
Michael had all those endorsements. He was on Wheaties before Magic.
The only thing I really don't like on this chart, soccer increasing in popularity.
Yeah, disgusting.
You know what's causing it, right?
You want more? Yeah,
Tell them why, Taylor.
The immigrants.
Goddamn.
They come to our country and they like this gay game called soccer. I can't even watch it. Can't look at it. A bunch of fruits falling.
We need more Dominicans in this country. That's where we need to bring people from. They love baseball.
Yeah, the baseball playing ones are already coming, right?
Yeah, as many as we can get. Yeah.
Many as can sneak in and fucking.
I think
by that logic, we need more.
Baseball drafting is extremely complicated the way it works, but as far as Dominican players go, it's like a free market. It's like grab them anytime you want for whatever you want kind of thing. Like they're not part of that like collegiate system or even the Euro system. I think they're on their own like bullshit rule system. They go snatch those guys up and sign them to contracts at 13.
Can you hire people in sports who are just currently not spoken for? Like, I don't know how that would. I often think about this. Like, what happens if I do get superpowers? Can I just join the Sixers? Is that allowed?
Yeah, 100%. They could just sign you. Like, you would be a free agent.
Just in case.
Like the Eagles had the open tryout, remember?
During
Mark
the
Wahlberg got
lockout. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when Marky Mark got in.
Nah, I don't think he could have really played.
That's the kind of sports story that I think that a team like the A's, I don't know how they're doing this year, but last year when everybody was just begging them to all go and dig a hole and die in it, like, man, just get a fan out of the stands and let him throw a few, like get some interest back into this park. They're selling the team, and so like the fans are they had an atrocious season. It's a meltdown for the Athletics.
Are they
Should be
going
a
to
rule in the
Vegas?
UFC that if someone misses weight, then the other fighter has an opportunity to just pick 3 people from the stands.
Those are tough stands, but if you get your pick, then you could really take care of business. Get a couple blonde bimbos and just lay them out.
That wouldn't be fair. You'd have to let Joe Rogan pick 3 people from the stands.
Is that Tito Ortiz over there? Yeah, come here a minute. And they just picks all.
The fighter's like, hell yeah, easy win. And then he's like, lot of linemen in the crowd tonight. Oh, fuck.
I wish there was a freak fight at UFC events. I wish you had the regular fights and then there was one freak fight every night. Make a whole new division, like an open, like weirdo amateur division type thing. I'd love to see like ex NFL player fight 2 midgets or something. Like I just would. Any fight's good fight if it's in that environment. They produce so well that if they built up the drama for it, I'd watch that more than I would watch 2. Like,
you make a good point, because I want to see how tough kangaroos really are.
I'm convinced I could kick a kangaroo's ass.
I think you could too. I think it's overrated.
Yeah.
Oh no, you don't understand. They stand on their tail and they kick you. Dude, I'm a trained fight watcher. I could see that coming.
I would choke that kangaroo to death.
He's got those
I have no fear of a
talons.
kangaroo. He'd scratch me up, I guess. Like, can I wear 2 shirts? Then I'm good.
You can't
Like,
wear
I'm
any
just-
shirts. You're fighting in the UFC.
We're naked? Oh my God.
No, you're wearing like Spanx or whatever the fuck they wear in there.
Shit. I think you can wear can the men wear like a rash guard? I mean, no one does, but is it against the rules?
It's a good question. I don't know the answer. The women do.
Huh. I'm going to check that out.
No, but they have big talons. I'd tear right through your shirts. Fuck you up. All it takes is one little misplay. And then you're fucking William Wallace.
You
His
can.
gut spilling out.
Dude, you're
Actually, how
giving
big are their
kangaroos
nails?
way too much credit.
Oh, wait. Bad Google.
So
Yeah,
they're
these-
basically just giant rats.
There's not an herbivore on the planet I can't fuck.
A
up.
giant rat would destroy you immensely.
How big is giant?
200 pounds.
Oh, I was thinking ROUSs because I can take an ROUS, but 200 pounds is
A man-sized rat, a 200-pound rat.
a rodent of unusual size.
It's gonna
You've
bite.
seen Princess Bride, right?
Yes, I have seen that one.
Okay.
I have.
They're
I have seen
220
Princess
pounds.
Bride.
Don't you
You
forget?
get my ROUS reference, and it upset me.
I've seen
I got it.
so many
No,
movies.
I knew immediately. There's the swamp with little fire bursts. They're hardly an
The
inconvenience.
fire swamps.
Now that we know the trick, they make a noise first.
My
Yeah, these are-
question,
these
which
are
has
sharp balance.
divided so many friend groups, is what animal do you honestly and frankly believe? What is the upper tier of animal you
Wolf.
think you could take on in a fight? Wolf? You're going wolf?
I think I'd take a timber wolf on. I think I'd kill it. I think it'd chew me up, but I think I'd kill it. I think any dog I can beat, except for those big like mastiffs and like XL bullies. I think I could like take a German Shepherd, no problem. A Malinois, no problem. I mean, when I say no problem, what I mean is I would win and they would get stitched up. I think they would fuck me up pretty good, but I think I could take them. I really do. A deer for sure, like a white-tailed deer.
Yeah.
My
The
dad got
largest
arrested.
animal I could beat. This is on land.
Yes.
Yeah.
A blue
Yeah.
whale.
Unless you want it to be on water.
You
No,
fucking
it has to be a
asshole.
terrestrial animal. And I know we've.
No,
we've
you're
spoken
making
about
more
that.
rules. I had a blue whale in Missouri. I'm gonna fuck it up.
Some people lose
Fuck
fights to
you.
bull sharks in Missouri.
Oh, what are you
apparently.
thirsty? I'm not even tired yet. He's like, punching his eye.
Rolls into you, kills you, you lose.
How'd that plan work out for you, Woody?
That's basically me saying, like, yeah, I could beat up 3 school buses if they're out of gas. And I'm just running around being like, ha, 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 just fucking my hands up.
Windows were made to pop out.
I'd beat the shit out of Mike Tyson if he was on chemotherapy.
Yeah. I could take Bruce Willis now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not nice.
I pop
Yeah.
him in the face and he's like, what happened? And I'm like, who's to say? Pop him again. He doesn't
I
know
got
what's
a really
up.
bad headache. Who are you? Pop him
He's
again.
non-verbal now.
Yeah, he wouldn't say anything. You get away with it.
Yeah, he wouldn't say a word. He would keep your secret.
That's terrible.
Oh, that's horrible.
He's a cool
Poor
guy. He always seemed nice. I hear he hangs dong.
He hangs dong.
Yeah.
Probably not anymore though.
I mean, I don't think he's drunk or anything. I
thought there was
a dementia and keep your dick, dude.
I thought there was a suggestion that part of that was he was slinging dick.
Oh, that too. I heard that he was like had a lot of meat, and I think he showed it off. He was in like a pool scene in a movie, like
Good for
swimming
him.
naked. Just really hangs down. Poor
Even
guy,
in
though.
the pool.
Even in the pool, yeah.
I'd have to know the temperature of the pool, whether or not to be impressed.
You know, I don't
If he
have
gets
that data.
if he gets out and he's hanging
Anyone can hang
huge
dong in a
dong,
hot tub.
dude, he gets out and he's hanging huge dong, and his nutsack is all tight. I'm like, whoa, this is the worst it can look.
Oh, yeah.
Get out of the hot tub. I'm hanging testicle. Best I can do.
Saturday morning, fresh out the shower, dick. Like that's as good as it gets. It's 10 a.m. I slept in. The water was nice and hot. Balls also hanging though.
That's
terrible.
Balls.
I always like Bruce Willis. I watched Pulp Fiction this week, and I was thinking about how he's nonverbal now because he's so cool in that movie. I love his character Butch in that movie. That fucking gimp rape scene always gets me. It's so rough. They're sitting there next to each other like those ball gags.
Was he self-serving when he helped the gangster, or was he being a good man?
Good man. 1,000% good man. He had he'd taken a huge risk, and he didn't know. I don't know if he knew in that moment that he was being raped in there. When you listen to it, you can tell that that's what's happening.
I knew.
Yeah, I knew too. So I got to give him credit for knowing too. But you know, he even puts his hand on the door and it jingles as he's the bell on the door as he goes to abandon Marcellus Wallace, and then he's just like, "Fuck," and goes back and starts weapon shopping. Hammer, a bat, a chainsaw, and then he sees that fucking Hanzo sword up there. I mean,
it's good that he got the katana, but I don't think he had the sense of urgency that maybe the victim had.
I always think that. I'm like, bro, if I'm getting butt fucked down there, you need to get your shopping done.
Can you imagine you're being molested and like I have the capacity to stop it right away, and I like finish my burrito bowl. Sorry, I got double chicken.
It was $18.
I said, "Give me chicken," and then after she'd already put in the fajita vegetables, I said, "Actually, double chicken." She knew what I was up to, but she couldn't
I
stop
forgot
it.
the queso. Oh shit!
I wonder if they see that scam 10 times a day. They're like, "I know what you're doing, but actually, I don't have to pay for this out of my pocket. It's fine."
Yeah, they know. I was in such a hurry before this at Chipotle. I was like, "Oh fuck, we're starting the show soon. I don't have time to cook any of the ingredients I have. I got to run out and get a burrito bowl real quick. Get a chicken burrito bowl. No, didn't get queso, didn't get cheese. Good boy Taylor today. Look at that. Pretty impressive, right?
I'm unimpressed. I think you're not being
what a healthy Chipotle order. Good job.
I was thinking the same thing.
Give me little victories here and there. But anyway, I was in such a hurry. I'm almost positive I left my
peanuts because they're calorie dense.
Yeah.
It's like you're eating fast food, bro. Get the cheese. It's
I only got 2 bags of chips. I'm kidding. I didn't get any bags of chips. I wanted one. I didn't get any. And I was in such a hurry to get back here and wolf it down and do the show that I think I left my credit card at Chipotle. And so like also right before this, I was like on my phone, on my banking app being like, report lost or stolen card. Did you approve of these purchases? And it's like Chipotle burrito bowl. And I'm like, good. Nothing's happened yet. No miscreant stole it out of the machine or wherever I left it or dropped it or something. And then I canceled it. And now 7 to 10 business days, I'm going to have to either be using some cash I can scrounge up and find or debit card. And I don't even know if my fucking debit card works because I haven't used my debit card in a year.
Really?
At least. Yeah. I just always use my credit card. If I have cash, I usually spend through the cash as I have it because otherwise it's like, what are you holding on to cash for? So if I have that, I'll spend it. I don't really think I have any. And so I'm going to be debit card boy.
I use my rewards card for just about everything. Do you have any cool credit cards? Like, do you get the fancy designs on them or anything? Make them look like cassette tapes or anything?
No, just generic, like whatever it comes with. I never selected a thing. And I also have like the most generic like kind of card, just like the general cashback shit where it's like, hey, you get 1% on all purchases and 3% at the gas station and 2% at the grocery store. And I'm like, that's fine. And I made that decision like 8 years ago, 10 years ago, and just stuck with it.
I like Delta. I've already got a bunch of Sky Miles, so I got a Delta card, and it does really well. It's got good rewards, and I've got a shitload of miles stacked up now. I'll go somewhere someday, and it'll all be free.
Yeah, and you can go to that fucking the lounge thing.
Yeah, I have a diamond, platinum, something or another Delta member or whatever. So I get to go. I never go to that lounge. I just sit in the regular thing with the rest of the people and play Civilization 5 on my laptop.
Hell yeah.
Or in Atlanta, it was always nice. I don't smoke anymore, but there's only 2 smoking lounges in the country that I know of in the airports, and it's Vegas. Vegas has like a cube they put you in to smoke in, and there's slot machines.
There's slot machines in it, yeah.
That's cool.
What the fuck are they doing? There's too much, but the smoke is thick. Like you're getting smoked out. But in Atlanta, they have like a whole lounge. It's not nice, but it's a whole room that's sealed up with tons of ventilation above you, and you can even if you don't smoke anymore, you can stop by the Atlanta Smokers Lounge, bum a smoke for this flight. It's nice. It's nice, and it doesn't stink in there. I don't know why every airport doesn't have one, because as someone who used to smoke, I would always, especially before vapes became a thing, I'd always be like, fuck, man, I wish it's been like 2 hours since I smoked, and now it's going to be 3 hours before I can smoke again. I really want a cigarette for this flight. Everything you could do.
That's me. I'm a very heavy smoker, and so like Zins, I only do them on flights. But yeah, the Atlanta airport, they don't have the smoking section anymore. So if I have a layover that's like 2 hours, I'm like, I might miss this connection, but it's worth going out for a smoke.
You go through security again?
Yeah.
Oh, I've never done that.
That sounds awful.
Fiendishly addicted to cigarettes. I
I'm one of
don't
those.
know if you guys knew this, but nicotine's an addictive chemical. If only they warned me on every package of cigarettes.
I'm always one of those people going through airport security where I'm like, I hope crack didn't magically appear in my bag. Like, I'm so scared going through security for no reason at all. What kind of cigarettes do you smoke?
I bounce back and forth between Marlboro Lights and Marlboro Reds, the Cowboy Killers.
I always like Marlboro Smooths. They're peppermint flavored. I always smoke menthols of one kind or another. I used to work with like 95% black people.
There it is.
And so if you wanted to bum a smoke, it was gonna be a menthol. And if they wanted to bum a smoke, which like making friends, it's good if you can like loan somebody a smoke. They didn't want a Marlboro Red. They wanted a Cool. So I smoked Cools for years and years.
I liked in college and a couple of years after, I liked Parliament Lights, or that was mostly in college because all my friends liked those, and so it was just an easy thing to get. And Pall Mall Blues, my friends were like, these are like poor people cigarettes, and I was like, what are you talking about? They taste totally fine. Or Camel Crushes. I liked the Camel Crushes a lot. I never really bought many Marlboro types of. Yeah, I remember on that trip, he was always flush with Camel Crushes.
That
was a solid
every trip
thing
he
to
goes
have.
on, he's flush with Camel Crushes. When we went on our survival trip, he brought like 2 cartons.
Dude, he would like we'd be like out on that patio listening to the Mexicans ride dirt bikes down the road smoking cigarettes, and he'd be like, hand me one, or like open the pack to give me one, and I'd take it, and I'm like, oh, the last one. Ugh, that's not good. And then he would like open his coat like a drug dealer. There's just 100 more packs of cigarettes in there. Yeah. I was like, oh man, this guy loves cigs. And so yeah, I had to quit cigs, and then I was like, I'll just do this really gay shit for a little bit. And then no.
Dude, at least you got a nondescript ones. I get these what are they called? Geek bars. And these are actually these are kind of underplayed with the lights.
You can play Snake on that.
there is one that has like a whole like 3 like crazy animated screen on it. Let's see.
That's too much.
I think this one lights up.
That's what.
It is lighting.
It has always blown my mind. As heavy of a smoker as I am, I can't do any. Like if I do a vape, I hack a fucking lung up. I don't know what it is.
Oh, I don't mind. I've even got I've got 2 packs of like citrus Zins.
That's what
just in case I like unexpectedly run out of other nicotine products. Dude. And then I'm just like, oh, I guess I have to use a fucking Zin tonight.
I haven't shopped around a lot, but these Geek bars are like 20,000 puffs, for $15, and they come in delicious flavors.
It tastes terrible though.
They taste wonderful. This one's pineapple ice, and even when it gets to 0, it had on the top it has 2 numbers, one for the battery and one for like the juice. It says 0 on the bottom. It has said 0 for 2 weeks. It still works. It still works. It's wonderful. So I don't know why I would get anything else other than that.
I just buy the menthol for these things.
You wouldn't rather have like strawberry cream pie or chocolate or
I just
slushy or Sprite or
menthol's solid.
There's one that's Coca-Cola slush. Like there's I like the sweet candy, especially when I was cutting tons of weight for that fitness thing, and I was so hungry. Obviously, nicotine's an appetite suppressant, but having candied nicotine, it was as close to eating as I could get.
I had a friend of mine who smoked American Spirits in college because he was like, bro, Taylor, you don't get it. It says right here, no addictives. And I'm like, that says additives. And he was like, whatever. But like you smoke an American Spirit, it's like, hey, do you want a cigarette, but do you want to be out here for fucking half an hour,
dude? Yeah. And you can't get a pull off of it. I had a coworker who used to smoke them because he argued they were healthy, not that they were healthier, that they're healthy. Like the marketing had got to him so bad that he thought like, oh no, it's all natural. Like, dude,
there's a fucking cigarette. Indian. There's an Indian basically smoking on the cover,
and they cost $37 a pack.
Oh my god,
that's crazy.
Not literally, but they're damn close.
Yeah, I remember going to New York many years ago, and they were $10 or $12, and thinking like, why would anybody smoke them? And now I think down here they're maybe $7 a pack or something like that, closing in on it.
$7 a pack.
Oh yeah.
But if you roll your own, I think you can buy like 2 pounds of tobacco for free, like 10 cents or something. Yeah. Like loose tobacco isn't taxed the same way rolled cigarettes are.
Yeah.
And you can get a machine that will roll cigarettes for you. So I've never understood why people don't just do that. Like the machine rolls them up perfectly. Like if you're poor and you smoke, why are you wasting your money on $7 packs of cigarettes when you could probably roll a pack for $1? I don't know.
They have the press machine. I used to do that when I was poor, that you like fill it in and then you put these empty tubes. And the way they get away with it is they're slightly bigger than a standard cigarette because these are like type A or grade A. It says somewhere on here. Nothing that's important. Class A. And so the class B ones are, a fucking millimeter bigger in diameter, but the taxes don't apply to them. So when you're paying like, I'm from Indiana and the taxes are almost the same in Texas down here too, where it's like a pack of Marlboros now is about $10.50 a pack. So you're paying over $1 or 50 cents per cigarette.
Yeah.
And to get that same amount of tobacco and tubes with that different class of cigarette, it's like, I don't know, maybe $2. Now, but it'd be way less than that because you get like 200 tubes and 2 pounds of tobacco, and in total, it's like fucking $14. So you're
there's a fully automated
That's
machine. Like there's a cigarette rolling machine where you just load it and press go, and it spits cigarettes out.
It says Missouri is the cheapest state for smokers. The average daily smoker would spend $4.58 a day in Missouri, and $8.97 a day in New York, the most expensive one.
North Carolina?
North Carolina is right next to Missouri, like also super tobacco friendly. So, maybe I should switch
grow
back.
a lot of it.
I was gonna say I travel a lot, and you generally have noticed
Switch
like
back to cigarettes.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I might do it.
I'm gonna do it.
It's worth it. They're good for you.
I'm gonna save
American
money.
Spirit there.
I'll get the no addictives ones.
Yeah.
That'll save me. Yeah.
I'm looking to see if there's anywhere you can smoke indoors in the U.S. anymore.
I know a bar right next to my friend's house where you can smoke indoors.
There's a bar 20 minutes down the road from me right here that I could go smoking.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, certain casinos, privately owned businesses in some cases. Okay, it seems like you can do your own thing if you own your own place.
You can smoke in casinos here too. Or at least the last time I went to one years ago, I smoked cigarettes in there.
In Indiana. That's my favorite thing about Vegas as a smoker. You can smoke fucking everywhere. We were standing there waiting for people outside of one of the restaurants, and I can't even remember what casino we were in. And like a fan of mine approached me with his wife, and they had a fucking baby. And they're like, "Hey, Trout, can we grab a picture?" And I'm like, Oh shit! Is that an infant? Like, what are you doing? Like, dash on its head. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, they didn't
Take your
guard him.
baby to Vegas. If you guys are watching, I'm joking. I love you.
What a cool
Terribly
kid.
irresponsible.
Yeah, don't take a baby into a casino. What the fuck's wrong with you?
That is crazy. I remember like at a casino seeing Asian people with strollers and thinking like there's a visible amount of cigarette smoke here.
Oh god.
Like it's like a haze and you're just like sitting there playing your game with a baby there. The baby's coughing. The baby wasn't coughing, but that would be kind of funny.
I liked back in the day when there was a smoking section. I remember Pizza Hut had a smoking section. It was
Wendy's.
That was the worst for non-smokers. Smoke gets everywhere. The smoking and non-smoking sections were divided by a sign. That doesn't work.
There was a
That's
restaurant my
bullshit.
grandparents would take us to after church when we went with them, and they'd be like, they didn't give a shit. They didn't smoke, but they didn't give a shit because they grew up in, you know, the 40s and 50s and 60s when everybody smoked everywhere. And this restaurant we'd always go to was like smoking or non. And it's like literally the divider is like a 3-foot tall wall. It's like it's not stopping the fucking cigarette smoke.
Yeah, I remember as a little kid flying to Disney World, and the fucking airplane was divided with the sign into smoking and non-smoking sections. I'm like, you're not fooling anyone.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. They're recycling all the air.
It is my dream to smoke a cigarette on a commercial air flight.
That would be awesome. That'd be like you feel like Don Draper.
Oh hell yeah, yeah.
I'd probably
Or like DB Cooper.
I'd grow up a stewardess's ass.
Yeah.
Or it's 2025. Maybe I'd have to grow up a steward's ass, but I'd do it.
I've seen people light up on the commercial flight on Reddit, obviously, and it's always a meltdown. No one is having it. Everyone freaks the fuck out. What are you doing? I saw some lady. She lit up. This is recent. She lit up. She starts smoking, and they're like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" And she's like, "Puff, puff, 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 puff." They're like, "What are you doing? You can't do that here." Puff, puff, puff. She's like, "You don't like it?" And she starts setting something on fire. There's like, all those magazines stuffed in the back of the seat. She starts lighting all that shit on fire. They have to tackle her and start swatting the fire out. She went. I don't know what her plan was. It was like, I can't.
Plan
smoke?
was to get on the no-fly list. Mission accomplished.
You're just like, what the fuck? Other people bring dogs. Like I'm stressed out.
Yeah. The baby's been screaming the whole fucking flight.
I believe in emotional support cigarettes more than half of these animals. Your emotional support parrot, I'm not buying it.
A lot of those animals are
I'm okay
loophole
with it, though.
nonsense.
All right, so I don't want them to bring a fucking peacock on or anything like that. But the thing is, if you put your dog and luggage in the dog cart, they die in there sometimes. Like they don't all make it. Man, if
barely
I put
even often.
Would you ride down there in a dog kennel? No, you'd be terrified if I told you we're going
to smoke.
You're just freezing the cage.
Another cigarette through the cage.
I think
you
cigarettes,
and 8 dogs.
I have a negative opinion of cigarettes. I'm just processing this emotionally now. Like they're all bad. I would argue nothing hurts you on Tinder more than cigarettes. You'd be better off being fat than a smoker.
Wrong.
Like Tinder.
You're wrong there.
Definitely wrong there. But you're right. They are bad. You shouldn't be doing it. Nobody out there start smoking cigarettes because they're not fibbing. You really, really want them after just a little while.
I mean, a
these things are
non-smoker,
addictive.
like there isn't much you could do that. It's a red flag, like a not to be ignored red flag.
Yeah,
always
not at
reminded me
all
of my
for me.
grandparents.
I would date a girl now that smoked. I don't care. I don't mind.
Disgusting. What a
Yeah, I don't mind.
I don't want
I
to
don't
kiss
care.
a disgusting smoker's mouth.
I don't
They gotta
mind.
kiss mine. Same
I don't
logic
mind.
as I'm not putting a dick in my mouth. Like she can suck mine all day long, but
I mean, she can. Like, how hard is it for her to fucking brush her teeth before
after
we make
every
out?
cigarette,
How often is she smoking? Like, I'm not imagining a chimney that I'm dating here. I'm imagining a girl that smokes half a pack a day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
She smokes.
Like,
She pokes.
that's
right?
10. She's gonna brush her teeth 10 times a day.
I'm not making out continuously with my girlfriend throughout the day. I'm not 14.
That would be so funny. You're like 38 and you're like, babe, let's just make out tonight.
Let's get on the couch and
That's
smooch.
cool.
Like,
Do you not
like
do that? Do you not just like make out and watch a movie like you're 12? It's fun.
Nah,
And then she gives me an OTPHJ.
Yes, dude, it's going old fashioned.
I do that.
little over the pants handy. Yeah.
TPHJ.
Little OTPHJ.
Yeah.
Takes you back.
just like what I call an SMFJ. It's a Sunday morning foot job. Standard operating procedure. We do regularly.
You got to make sure she showers before that. Otherwise, you're getting all of Saturday's grime
Oh.
all over your penis.
That's nothing compared to what she gets.
So that's a red flag for Woody. If you're on, so what about for you guys? What would be like the number one red flag? Like this is no good for a girl on. Let's say she's attractive. Let's get rid of fat. Let's say you are attracted to her. What's the red flag though? What's the thing you're like, you know what? You're pretty. You seem to be able to carry on a conversation. I'm actually interested in you.
I have a yes. This is like 2.5 years ago or so now. Before I'm dating my girlfriend, and I matched with this girl on Tinder, and she was cute, and we were talking on the phone before a date. Like we were texting to set it up, and then she just called me, and we were chatting for a while, and like immediately she was like sending me pictures of herself, like in like kind of wilder social situations, and just mentioned that she was into blood play and that she was pretty kinky. And I was like, blood play. Now what's that? And she's like, well, I've actually got a horrible scar on my back from a guy who like, I told him, cut me. And he was like, I don't know about this. And I was like, cut me. And then he cut me and it was really bad, deeper than we thought, but it was still fun. And so I'm really into blood stuff. And I was like, and like was polite, had the conversation. And then it was like, got off the phone, went to bed. I'm alone in my house. And I was like, I'm not going to that date on Saturday. I'm not going to get coffee with her and see where it goes. And so I texted her the next morning. And I was like, hey, you seem like a great person. I think that I'm just a little too vanilla for you. And you're, I don't think
you're a little rocky road.
Yeah. I'm a little too vanilla. I'm not as adventurous, and I don't think I would. I'm not down for this. It makes me kind of uncomfortable. But best of luck. You're great. You'll find the right person for you, or whatever. Like nice way to wrap it up. Sent that, and I've never hit send and then gone like block contact as fast as possible, because it was like, no, I don't need this person in my life. She gave it was just a monologue of how much she loved blood play and all these dramatic stories with exes and friends. And it was like, if this is how you're talking to me before our first date, like it's already a little strange, because usually on Tinder, or like these dating sites, Bumble, whatever, like you have the little chat and then you go on the date. If it's like a real like pursuant thing, otherwise you're like just seeing if a girl will come over that evening. And that wasn't what I was looking for at the time. I was trying to find someone to date.
Question for Kyle. 2 women, identical twins for all that matters.
Perfect.
One's into blood play. One has a baby. Who are you going out with?
How old's the baby?
3.5.
What's the situation with the father?
Also into blood play.
They don't get along great, but they try to make it work for the benefit of the kid.
He's like in the picture then.
A little, yeah.
Can I choose neither? I have to pick one?
Yeah, I want to know which one's the bigger
I prefer I would want the one with the baby, because like we can still have fun occasionally. Like she's going to come to my house, she ain't bringing the baby, right? Like she can still come over and we can like bang and watch movies and chill and have like a
limited. She doesn't have a, she's going to have to get a sitter every time she
That's okay. I got like 6 girls in the rotation at this point. So like whenever she can make time to come over, she can make time to come over. I have no issue if a girl's like, I can only see
I'm like, are you sure these other girls want to babysit? I don't understand your point.
They're not here.
No, you have to date this girl exclusively is what he's
I don't do that though. So was you're creating a whole new scenario now because I don't do that. I more like have like a few ladies who come when they can. I like that scenario. But I would rather, in any scenario, I'd rather have the one who has the kid over the blood play, because I can't be party to blood play. Like I like whenever you're like talking about like fetishes with a girl, there's always that part where you're like, well, of course, no poop, no piss, no blood. like those just like roll off the tongue right away. Like and 99.9. I've never known a girl who was into blood play. By the way,
Negotiate. Be like, look, I'm not into blood play, but I could leave if he bruises.
It was
bruises or
shocking.
something.
yeah, I could rough you up.
wouldn't
I'll
have
choke the
been-
shit out of you. I'll pull your hair. I'll hit you pretty
I'll
fucking
hurt your
hard.
feelings.
Oh, brutally. You don't even know.
Yeah,
I think
I'll
you were
say
thinner
some
when we
shit.
met.
it would have to
I'll-
be the baby. Like the blood play is so icky.
It's so icky. And STDs, I'm so scared that, like, all right, if she's into blood play,
Mhm.
that I highly doubt she's into safe sex throughout her like many experiences that she shared with you. She's like, yeah, I got a litany of ex-boyfriends and I'm into blood play. So that means that like she's been with lots of strange men
It's
cutting
shocking
her
she was
open.
available.
And you have to formally invite her into your house every time. She can't be around garlic.
Can't see her in mirrors.
Dude, I'm dating this super hot Transylvanian girl with just a couple of minor hangups.
I just hate her laugh. It's like can't stand it. And
Her
the
idea
blood
of a
is
story is 1, 2,
Yeah,
3.
Did she want
Yeah.
your blood, or she wanted you to
to
like
be
bleed
cut.
her?
She wanted all sides of the blood, but mostly I think she wanted me to cut her and then probably to ingest or something of that nature, the blood.
rub it
And
around.
that's just horrid. Just something that is so I would have barely, I was going to say I would have barely been more grossed out by it, but I don't think I would have been any more spooked if she had just said she was into scat. Because in my head, both of those things are like, okay, we're out of the realm
Let's
of
do that
normalcy,
then.
and
Scatter
this
blood.
is like
Scatter blood.
dangerous.
blood.
I keep
Hypothetical single Woody sends her a picture of my knife collection. I had to buy more display cases for these fuckers. I got double deckers. I pull the drawers out. That chick could be all mine.
She's
I
like,
would
will
have,
you marry me?
I would have taken
No.
I'll take the shit play girl, and then I'll just outdo her. I'll be like, babe, I had diarrhea so bad I had to wipe my lower back. Huge amount of splash.
I'm lactose intolerant, but I'm not a quitter.
Yeah, and it depends like what kind of scat play and like are we gonna like fill
No.
a kiddie pool up with shit and roll around in it together, or like can I just poop on you and then run away?
Can I
Like,
bleed on her and tell her to leave? Is that am I allowed to do that?
blood is just so so.
You can
gross.
hepatitis. You can get one of
The
the scary
STD
things.
like
Only if
just,
she has it.
just
Yeah.
the ickiness of blood aside, but the STD thing is extra scary too. Just no. Yeah, it's a huge red flag.
Enormous.
Mm.
Jesus
The biggest
Christ.
one I've ever come across.
Yeah,
All
you
right,
get
single
anyone-
mothers, you have a chance.
Oh, for sure. Like I've dated a few single mothers. I don't care. Don't bring your kid. Leave that thing somewhere. You
Unless
know,
she's over 18.
that would be the dream. Come into my pawn shop, ladies. Empty your pockets.
Welcome to my home. I have the stickiest washing machines in all the county.
Jesus, blood play's so fucked. I bet she had her own knife. I bet she has like a ceremonial knife that she was going to bring for him to start slicing and dicing. You know what it might have been though? Like, what if she realized she wasn't into Taylor and she was trying to like just get him to reject her somehow? And she's like, I'm gonna tell him I'm into blood play. We'll let him down easy. He's gonna think he dodged a bullet. This is great. No feelings hurt here at all.
he blocked me. Mission accomplished.
Perfect. I'm trying to think. The single mother thing isn't like a no.
Well, that's because you're not looking
for a
commitment.
wife necessarily.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're on Tinder. You know what I mean? Like, maybe if we were on like Hinge, or maybe we'd gotten on one of those Richard Ryan style pay $5,000 a month dating apps, then you're probably not looking for a single mother. I know I wouldn't be, but if you're just trying to fuck, like, I don't care. A single mother might be the place to start. She fucks.
Yeah, there's only one virgin mother.
Yeah. I think Taylor explained that she's not technically a virgin. It was just that it's a virgin birth, that baby wasn't the result of sex. But so, and therefore it was a virgin birth. But it's like, so what, Joseph wasn't fucking his wife at all? Like what kind of carpenter was he? He stayed that busy that he never had sex with her, so that it was never in doubt. That whole story.
Carpenter also?
Yeah, that's yeah. He taught his son business. Yeah.
Yep, Joseph Christ, I believe was his last name.
No.
Old Joey Christ.
What about you, Trout? I don't know if you're a single man or not, but when you are/were dating, what is it that a girl could say, do, be into, or have in her profile where you'd be like, oh, everything was perfect until I found that?
Mine's got it. Well, single moms were always off the table for me. I don't know what it is. Something, knowing somebody else has been there.
It's the kid.
Yeah. there's something. I don't know what it is. I think it's your child that I find repulsive.
Yeah.
But generally, it was always like kind of like not political shit, but like kind of like lefty women when they're like feminists, BLM, when they have their
activism.
Like pronouns. Yeah, exactly. I'm like,
it's activism. I don't mind left leaning. Most women are left leaning.
Yeah.
I don't like activism. Like, can we coexist with me having my beliefs and you having yours? Can I be peanut butter and you can be jelly? Can that work? Or are you one of those people who are an activist and you think that like fucking me is like serving the patriarchy and letting down all the other women or something like that?
Yeah, that would be troublesome.
There was one of those. It was it's funny though, because as a leftist feminist, and she's like kind of had those thoughts or whatever, and you could just be like, yeah, I don't know about that. That sounds like girl shit. Anyway,
that sounds pretty gay. Pretty gay to me.
But then on the other hand, like I would never bring. Oh, you're talking about like it's an activist basically. It's in her profile and shit, all sorts of fucking symbols and virtue signaling and nonsense. But
yeah,
I wouldn't like that either. But then like in my dating life, I've never brought up politics to a woman that I didn't know very well anyway. I got an idea of what you feel. We don't need to talk about it.
Have you done that 2-step where like it's a Tinder hookup? It's probably not going to be a multi-time thing, and they're like, "What are you doing? Like, what do you think like politically?" I would always just be like, I don't really care. Don't get involved in that stuff. Like just like I don't want to have a discussion with you or a debate about this. Like, what a phenomenal waste of time. We're both here for something, and we're gonna,
What do you think about the Gaza Strip? Same as you.
Yeah, same as whatever you think. I think it's bad.
I remember
2 thumbs down from this guy.
I dated a girl that was in college when I was like maybe 27, 28 or something like that. And she was like, it was during the time of the Wall Street stuff. Whatever that was.
I was in college.
Occupy Wall Street. Yeah. And I remember like we were going to dinner and she brought it up and she was so conservative about it. She's like, they need to get out the fire hoses. And I'm like, I like your style. She's like, you get out the fire hoses and wash that filth off the steps of that building. That's the foundation of the American economy. What do they think? We need to wake up and smell the coffee. I think she was a political science major or something like that. She knew her shit. Yeah. It was fun to talk to her. But she was like conservative about that. And I loved that. But normally I would never talk politics with the date. Like that's
you keep it light.
Keep it light.
You keep it light and cordial and funny. And you go, as Kyle and I have said many times, when you go on a date with a new girl, you bring out the classics.
Hell yeah. Oh.
You give your tight 5. You bring
it becomes a routine.
It becomes a routine.
Yeah. You're like, hey, who's ready to hear King Trout's greatest hits?
if you're dating a lot, like if you're seeing like I don't know.
Can she handle the impression? No, I don't think this one can.
Yeah,
I don't know. She called a homeless guy fucking disgusting on the way in. I think I can roll with this one.
Never mind. I shouldn't tell that story. Oh, never mind. Yeah.
No, that's definitely the way to go. Keep it light. Do your fat guy in the little coat routine. Give her the greatest hits, and there's no reason to.
You know what impresses them? You force them to sit there and watch you eat 4 entrees worth of crab.
Dude, I used to have a move where if I knew shit wasn't going well, and I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna fuck. Like, I don't think this is where this is going. They do that the girl thing where they're trying to be like dainty and cute, and they order some super fucking expensive entree and then eat 0% of it. And so I'd be like,
oh, I would hate that.
I'd be like, oh, box it up, take it home with you. And then I'd walk them out like to their car or whatever, and I'll carry the box for them. And then you set it on the roof of your car while you're talking to them. They fucking forget about that shit. And then you've paid for 2 meals.
You're so much more polite than me.
You have lunch tomorrow.
See, I have no chill about that. I would just be like, I would say something. You know, I'd be like, I'm taking this with me. Paid for it. That would be it. There would be no like, what you gonna do? Fight me for it? I can take her.
You're a woman.
No,
I guess I've probably been less couth. I probably ate it off her plate in the restaurant.
Yeah. Oh, you're not done. Let me help you out over there.
See, you can tell I'm doing okay for myself because I'm eating so much crab. I smell you. I would never eat crab on a first date. You smell like low tide. You can do fine with a fish entree, but I'm not getting a fish entree on there. But like any sort of crustacean, you're gonna smell like low tide. You can't be doing that shit.
Always going
steak is ideal.
Steak
is super easy to eat steak politely.
Yeah, you look good eating it. It's cool. It's manly, and also doesn't give you the shits.
My goal is to
get like a fettuccine Alfredo. Some of that's going on my shirt.
If we're eating at a restaurant, something has already gone wrong.
Why? Yeah. Well, we're talking about dates to try and date someone, not like to.
No, if I was trying to fuck them, I'd go
expedited. To a bar. Do you want to come over and watch maybe 3 minutes of an episode of Sunny and then fuck, and then afterward you can be like,
I repeat, if we're eating a meal in a restaurant, things have gone wrong already. All right, like there was already some friction to just getting you to come over. Okay, so this date is just a tryout to get back to my house. So I'm gonna have the date as close to my house as possible, so that when the date is there, we're gonna be like, I'm 3 minutes away. Like that's what's coming.
I mean, that's the approach that like when I was in the city, I was on dating apps. I told every single girl, I was like, let's just go to Sub-Zero Vodka and Sushi Bar. It's a really hip, nice place. And it was under my loft, or not technically. I was over some other thing, but it was 20 yards that way. And then they'd, wrap up, and then they'd be like, where do you live? And I'd be like, oh, it's happenstance, totally random, fucking 60 feet that way. All we have to do is walk around that white Vietnam vet homeless guy with the 2 pit bulls that he has on basically old degraded rubber band leashes, and then we're home free. Then we go right there, which I wonder how he's doing, because I despised that guy. You
didn't thank him for his service?
Never. He looked like a Vietnam vet era, like aged guy, but I don't know if he was. But he had these 2 massive pit bulls that would like sit with him, and they were barely tethered up. And if I like looked out and like just kind of watched traffic, because it was like a lot of restaurants and stuff in that area, you could see the traffic moving to the other side of the street around him. Like the foot traffic, I mean, of course, like the foot traffic trying to get around this guy, because he had these 2 fucking monsters. These dogs with like traps where they're just laying there on the street. I fucking hated that guy. Hope it's going poorly for that.
Yeah, my go-to date is I'm going to cook you dinner and we're going to watch a movie. Like that's what I want to do. I want you to come over to my place. Dinner will be ready in 10 minutes after you come in the door. We'll have some drinks, then we'll eat dinner, and then we'll watch a movie, and then hopefully we end up in bed.
What's the movie?
That's
Terminator 2.
It depends. It depends on the girl. We would probably talk about that beforehand. Like I chat about movies a lot with girls, so like we would have a movie picked out. Probably I would do what I do to you, find the movie that she hasn't seen that she should have seen, and then I will educate her.
What would you put on to woo me?
If she sees the movie, this date's going horribly wrong.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. My movie is always shitty horror movie, because then girls love horror movies because they're dumb, and then also, like halfway through, since it's dog shit, it's just some whatever you found on Amazon. You can be like, God, this is kind of boring. This is lame, don't you think? And then start touching places, and then one thing leads to another. Bing, bang, boom.
The stuff I put in her
actually
drink
love
kicks in by the second.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're coming back to your place after a restaurant or bar, the deal is already sealed. And so usually we would just do what we were going to do. And then after that, we would watch a movie or something on TV. And that would be the moment where it was like if she decides to stay, I guess I have, like, she can stay over. But
Wow.
Post-coital movie with a stranger is crazy.
well,
I'm down. I like to
coital because you're gonna do your sex stuff, and then you're gonna watch the movie, and then usually in the middle of that you do it again, and go back like it. But then by that point, I remember one girl. I did not have anything. She was like, "Do you have anything else to drink in the house?" And I was like, "Well, I've got a bottle of most of a bottle of tequila here. I forgot about, and I have green Gatorade."
Ugh.
So,
wow,
these are the options.
You're a real Don Draper over there, huh?
Like the host.
But guess what?
Like,
Don't fret. I got a whole unopened bag of Dots pretzels. Those are
Al's
delicious
approach to
pretzels.
dating, or at least the thing he told me once, blew my mind as an amazing idea. The girl's like, "You're not going to call me again after this, are you?" It's like, "Oh no, I'm calling you. I'm going to call you a couple times a week, maybe." We're doing my favorite thing here. Why would I? Once I found someone who's down for this, why would I make that a one-time thing?
Yeah.
We could have.
I've
win
never
after win
understood
after win.
that. I've always seen it in movies and TV, and I've heard girls be like, "You're not," some guys won't call you back, or I don't get it. It's like, wait, you found someone who's attractive who will fuck you. Why would you not call them back to come back over and fuck
It's
you
genius.
Yeah.
Kyle
It's
gets laid more with this one simple trick.
It's like, please.
You're not going to call me back, are you? Bitch, I don't even live here.
You don't even know my real name. The fucking Lizard King.
There's a smell coming out of that bedroom closet, wasn't there? Wonder what's in there. The ex-owner who loved green Gatorade and tequila. I remember that evening so specifically because I was like, fuck. It's not even one of the good Gatorade flavors. It's green. It's not even red or blue or
White's still around.
White's still a good, or I don't know if white Gatorade is still around, but that was a solid one for a bit.
I mean, that's why the Gatorade lasted. You drank the better ones, perhaps.
I would keep lots of booze around for ladies. There'd be 3 or 4 different hard liquors and 2 or 3 different kinds of wine coolers, and like that Cat Williams bit. Like, I heard that one time. I was like, that makes fucking sense. Let's get some Alizé up in here.
That is a hilarious bit. I got shit in my house. What did Michael Jackson have as his house? Yeah.
Fucking playgrounds, carnivals, little clowns and monkeys and shit.
Cat Williams is so fucking funny. I think he is so underrated in interviews, not necessarily in stand up, but in interviews and shit. That guy is hysterical.
He's just naturally funny. His
So
delivery is always really good. His reactions to just random questions are just hysterical. His Shannon Sharp interview, very funny. Shannon Sharp's in trouble. I think he got fired from everywhere. I don't know if his show's still on. He had that.
Do you have a sugar baby? Is that what he had? Does it sound right?
He had something like that. There was this chick he was banging, and I think they were into some race play and some dirty talk. And then she sued him for sex assault, I think, or something. And he settled for millions and millions of dollars, maybe.
Damn, she was dropping ends on him and then get money for it.
I think it was the other way around. I think it was more like I don't want to repeat. I can't repeat what she was saying to him in the text message. It's that bad.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
It was more like he was the dominant one in this text relationship, and it was lots of mean, dirty talk back and forth. And what he explained was role play, but she said was abuse. And anyway, she got her money. She got that bag, millions and millions of dollars.
And he was on ESPN?
I think so. He had He had a bunch of deals. Like he was everywhere there for a minute. He had blown up recently, and he had gotten really popular. And his podcast or whatever that thing is where he interviews people, but where I saw him do Cat Williams was really popping off. It was doing really well. It's a good show. I like him and his big old white chompers. He's one of those people that got the fake teeth that just look completely unrealistic.
Like Steve Harvey.
Really?
Like Steve Harvey, gigantic white chompers. A lot of Brazilian soccer players I see do the same thing. They'll have these huge pearly white, perfect teeth. Oliveira did that. The UFC fighter, he's Brazilian too. He's got these massive fake ass white teeth.
I think Steve Harvey in those clips where he's reacting absurdly to something someone says on Family Feud are very funny. Maybe that makes me low class, but when he's like, "Oh Lord, you did not just say," I think that's kind of funny.
I hate it so much. It feels so contrived. Like,
it is.
Okay, we asked 100 studio participants to name something with P you might put in your wife. But it starts with P, and then someone's like penis, and he's like, "Oh my God, how could you? This is wild." And I'm like, shut the fuck up.
There was one recently where it was like
shit that's not funny, that's obvious. The whole game is fucking backwards. Were you supposed to come up with the most obvious answer? That's the most. Come up with the one that only 2 people thought of, and I'm impressed. Come up with the one that 72 people thought of, you basic bitch. That Family Feud is stupid.
That's too risky.
Here's a question recently.
Out for the 2, leaving all the others on the table. If they say
you're right,
and
the 2 has the least amount of value, but the game is backwards. The game is asking you to think of the most obvious answer to this question. That's stupid.
In middle school, I had a friend who I'm almost positive was on the spectrum, and we like went and had like a birthday party out somewhere. I don't remember, probably Dave and Buster's or something. And then we went back to his house. Group of us, all his friends, and we were like, "What are we gonna do now?" And he was like, "We're gonna watch Family Feud." All he wanted to do was watch Family Feud, and like his sister told me, was like, "Yeah, every day after school he comes back and he watches every single episode of Family Feud on the the game show network that used. I don't know if that's still around, but it was at the time.
Yeah,
it's a good show. I like Family Feud. You know what else I saw? So if you have a Samsung Smart TV, they have this nonsense TV added into it, included with Samsung. They have Samsung TV, this service that's just included on it, and it has a bunch of random channels. And I found a channel that for 3 to 4 weeks now is nothing but Supermarket Sweep. And I have never seen an episode of Supermarket Sweep. And I watched some of it. My grandparents were in town. My brothers were over. It was a few weekends ago now. And I just put on Supermarket Sweep in the background. And before long, we were watching it like, "What do you think this is?" And it's like, I don't know. They're naming which of the following products costs more than $1.99, and they named 3 things, and this was filmed in 1990. So okay, so what are these? And then they would like give quiz questions of like the guy gives like 3-word clues like cleaning, sophisticated, scrubbing, and then you would have to guess the product name. And half the time, some product doesn't exist anymore. And I guess Kyle might know it, but like, Woody, did you ever watch Supermarket Sweep? And did you like that show?
I wasn't a savvy enough shopper to appreciate the genius that they were.
It's a little before my time, and Price is Right is like a much better put together version of
Sure. It is. You're right.
I always like Price is Right. When you stayed homesick from school, Price is Right was the jam. It would be on. Got that chicken noodle soup in bed when you shouldn't be in the middle of the day, and watching Price is Right. I loved that. I think Drew Carey does it now. I tune in every now and then and watch like one segment. I'm like, yeah, it's still a good show. This is fun. And it must make so much money because every fucking product is a sponsored product, and it's consumer products, and it's like the perfect demographics watching it. These housewives at home watch like, "Oh honey, guess what the new fucking Whirlpool washing machine costs? Only $7.99." Like it's tailor made to sell shit. And it's also fun to watch.
Can you say all of that again? Because I've just watched this GIF you linked 3 times.
Fuck yeah, right? Fish sent me that in the.
This rocks. Like, 2 thumbs up.
Oh God,
that chick's pretty fat.
Oh, those
no way she ages well.
I don't know if
Nah.
we could show that
The
video.
bitch
but
is
those-
stacked.
You can see her nipples, so probably not.
Oh,
She has like, I don't even know that bra size. G?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think
something
it's
you
a
don't see all
T?
the time.
For
We've gotten
I
deep
know,
in the
right?
alphabet.
P for
We've gotten
perfect.
deep in the alphabet. Oh my goodness, those are big.
They're
I'm a
huge.
small tit enjoyer over here, so you know,
King.
obviously I was
All tit enjoyer, and those are
I was
enormous.
born a man, so I still enjoy it. You know,
They're all
$100
great.
cash or $100
As long as they're
change.
symmetrical. I don't want like three little pigs
Three?
situation going on. Well, the 3 would be sick. Like
What if
in
they were
Total
three?
Recall.
Total Recall.
All right. Would you rather have 3 or 2?
2.
2.
Yeah, the normal human amount.
Yeah, the normal person amount is.
You wouldn't date the freak. All right.
I'm a
but they're
slave to
perfect.
society. I don't want all that attention.
How about
in my
this?
relationship.
2
We're
titted
not leaving
bitch.
the house. I got
All
one
right.
in each hand and I'm sucking on the other. This is perfect.
That does
All
sound
right.
good.
Where would we
Okay.
go?
All right.
This
All
isn't
right.
fair. He
I'm
has a
coming
career
back
in
around.
sales previously. I know.
No, Kyle's just going strong there. Couple
And
of
like-
growths from Zuck.
And
Nice.
here's the other thing: if she doesn't show her cleavage, like if she wears a top that like doesn't show cleavage,
Cleavages.
you won't be able to tell. They'll just look like there's a lot of titties. so you won't necessarily be like a freak.
You'll
in
be
the
able to
streets.
tell.
I think, yeah, you'd know something was up because the proportions would be weird. They'd be too much to the side.
Yeah.
You would
So there's-
people be
they'd
like,
be
oh,
over
she's
here.
got some big old titties.
You look
You know,
weird as fuck.
Kyle, would the
I'd be like,
ideal
this
three
bitch got
boobied
3
woman
tits.
have 3 equal size boobies?
They have to be symmetrical. I don't want like 2 big ones on the outside and then one in the little, like they're subwoofers or something, and a tweeter in the middle.
No, but then you could pretend you're with 2 girls.
I need 4 for that. Like, and 4 is far too many. Then you have to start put them in rows like a dog.
Oh God!
Oh, well, that's horrid. I don't like
Yeah,
that.
I'm out.
Yeah. Then it starts being fucked up. But 3, I'd be okay with. Like Zach, try to find a picture of the chick.
Have you
from
ever had
Total
like a
Recall.
friend with a dog that just gave birth, and they have those big like dog titties, and you're like, this is pretty garish. Like this is like, can you put your dog in the fucking laundry room while I'm over?
I don't want to look at this fucking thing.
I don't want to look at his fucking nipples hanging around. It's weird. It's not how dogs are meant to look. They're meant to be joyful and scampy.
And I got a picture of the chick with the 3 tits. It's not a great picture, but it is a movie from like 87 or whatever.
How about this
Oh.
normal 3-titted woman or a 2-titted woman who's into blood play, and the 3-titted woman has what you described, which is a smaller titty in the middle.
Dude, I'm avoiding the blood play at almost all costs. You'd have an easier time asking, what would you pick blood play over? And it would be like,
How about a man or a blood play girl?
I would gotta go with the blood play unless it's like peak Orlando Bloom. You know what I mean? Like, and he's in the Legolas makeup. Hear me out, okay?
Oh, he's got the long hair from the back. You don't even know.
And he's gonna regale you with all those tales of being on set.
Every time his
About
male voice comes out, you're like, shut up.
Yeah, well,
how- in Elvish.
while you're fucking Orlando Bloom from behind, he's gonna be like, actually, when he kicked that helmet, he broke his foot. Like, everybody knows.
You know, he adopted the
Everybody
horse.
knows.
Why'd you do the fucking Hobbit?
I'm pretty
movies, you
sure
bitch?
Orlando Bloom is single now. Did he just break up with Katy Perry? He's in a dark place. You've
By
got
the
a
way, he
shot.
hangs dong more than Bruce Willis does. I know that. I saw a picture of
Bloom?
Orlando's Bloom's dick one time, and that thing was offensively big. He was like paddleboarding naked or something. Didn't give a fuck.
He's 48 now.
Yeah. I'm like I said, I'm wanting 2001 Orlando Bloom. I'd choose him over the blood play girl, but mostly because I want to chat Lord of the Rings with him and see if in 2001 he might be able to squeeze me into Return of the King. They're still shooting it.
Okay.
I could be a dwarf. Just stick me in the back. Let me shoot an arrow. Let me shoot an arrow or something. You know, get a quick cutaway where I go, ah! Like that's all I need.
Yeah. You can be like
Aim
that.
higher. Kyle's got elf vibes.
You can be like that one-eyed Rohirrim who loses his arrow too early. You could have been that guy. At Helm's Deep.
That guy said that gave him a lot of confidence because he'd always been very ashamed of the eye and kept it hidden under a patch.
Really?
Yeah. He'd never acted before. He's a local from a village there in New Zealand.
The one-eyed guy?
That explains why he loosed the arrow too quickly.
He did a great job. I
He's
didn't.
new.
Like in his facial expressions and everything, he did look genuinely shocked when he accidentally loosed the arrow. Good for him. I didn't know that was just some random guy, but I guess I should have guessed because apparently every horse in New Zealand was under use from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
A huge amount of locals were just conscripted to be like, hey, we'll give you, I don't know, $800 in 2001 money, and we just paint you up like an Urukai and put a bunch of realistic features, and then you got to run in there and do XYZ. You got to either pretend to take an arrow or you got to swing at Aragorn, and then, or actually they would, those would be pros. These would be the background guys who just kind of got shot and fell down.
Yeah.
Great movies.
Yeah, the blood play is just a no-go. I don't think I'd actually pick the dude, but man, what about obese?
Out.
Versus blood?
Yeah.
Obese.
300 pounds.
Obese over blood.
300 pounds.
That's vile. Any amount of fat. Make it 500, and I'm still going to pick that monster over blood where I have to cut myself and I have to cut her and drink her blood. Yeah.
Okay, so that you hit on where I'm headed with this. So up until now, we've been saying blood play, and I think because we haven't been specific, your mind runs wild.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get specific about the blood play and what it's going to be. The blood play is going to be you have to cut her back with a knife, and she's going to take the blood in her hands and she's going to rub it on her tits while you fuck her. And then after that, everybody cleans up, get some Neosporin, and we chill. That's going to be the extent of the blood play. You will not ingest any blood. She might, but you won't get any of it on you.
Wreck my mattress.
You're going to lay a towel down for sure with this kind of sex. If you're not already, lay a second towel down.
Is this an every time thing, or is this like a once a month wedding? Anniversary.
I think if you want a blowjob, she wants to get cut. It's going to be like that. Like, you want you get your thing, but I don't get my thing. Okay. It's going to be every time.
I guess I could try and make a little cut.
I could try and make a little cut over the 300-pound woman, because here's the thing about a 300-pound woman.
I don't know, though.
I can't take her anywhere. I can't take her.
You're not taking her anywhere. You're just hooking up at your place in this. In this scenario, is that not right?
That's fine. This is all.
It's in flux. It's in flux.
Yeah, it's in flux. But we solidified. Okay, we're not going to date her. We're just going to have like weekly fuck sessions at our place.
Weekly. Still, she won't even be healed from the last cut.
I just think that a 300-pound woman is going to have. Even if she showers before she leaves her house, by the time she gets to me, she's going to have a smell. I feel like she's going to have a smell. Like when she spreads her legs, I feel like I'm going to get hit with some warm air, and it's going to be odorous. You ever go to get down there and eat some pussy, and it's like, man, this thing is giving off so much heat that I felt the pussy before I got to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We all know what I mean. But it would. Or
you smell it and you're like, something's wrong.
you're like, ooh.
What's up here? This is a fingering kind of beef.
You're my gloves.
Kissing your way down her stomach and then like immediately make your way back up.
No, I can't. I've got they're not present, mad herpes. Can't do it right now.
Yeah, smelly pussy is just a huge no-go. Like I've fucked chicks before and been like, I gotta go wash my dick. Like this is I feel bad for him. Like it's no good. Like my penis smells right now. I can smell my dick as I walk through the house.
I don't know if it's a one-off. The idea of all the blood being around is so off.
Being around, it's not in jars. We're just gonna scratch her up a little with a knife.
Blood. You said she's rubbing it all over herself. There's blood all over my bed. She's not gonna stay on the fucking towel. They never stay on the fucking towel. Like it's gonna get everywhere. It's gonna ruin my pillowcases. Meanwhile, the big fat bitch, even if she personally smells, only a small amount of the smell transfer will occur, and I can eliminate all of that in a wash cycle.
But you got to deal with it, like when you're in there, you know.
I've never done that before either.
I think you can grind through that. Actually, I don't know. Both of those are so unattractive.
Yeah, I'd rather be celibate. Hey, that's the option. That's the truth, right? I'd rather just jerk off. I'm taking option C.
I know what I like.
Option.
I'm gonna get this done in 5 minutes, and the room's not gonna be stinky or bloodstained.
Yeah. I was just telling the story earlier about how gay it feels when you're like getting head from a chick and you're like giving her advice to make it feel better. It's like, I've never done it before, but trust me, I think I'd be pretty fucking good at it.
I think it could be a natural.
Take it from an expert, hypothetically.
I know all the shit that feels good. I think I'd be able to figure it out.
Makes sense. Yeah, I've always figured that women would be really good at oral sex. Cunnilingus?
Cunnilingus. And if it's the butthole, it's analingus.
That one's easier to pronounce.
Yes.
One day I'll find the Clint.
All right. On that note, we're going to hear from BetterHelp. This episode of PKA is brought to you by today's sponsor, BetterHelp. So let's hear a little about their service. Life is full of twists and turns, and it's important for you to show up for yourself through it all. Mental and dental, got to take care of it all. We're very serious about everyone taking care of their physical health here on PKA and maintaining a healthy physique, but mental health is just as important, and you need to work to keep your mind in shape as well as your body. Start getting in the mental reps with the help of a professional over at BetterHelp. BetterHelp is not a crisis line. It's not self-help. It's professional therapy done securely online, available to people all over the world. Invest in your mental well-being now and get started with our partner, BetterHelp. Let therapy be your map with BetterHelp. They've also got a special offer for our listeners. Save 10% off your first month over at betterhelp.com/PKA. That's 10% off your first month of online therapy over at betterhelp.com/PKA. Again, that's 10% off your first month of therapy over at betterhelp.com/PKA, betterhelp.com/PKA. Check it out. If you think you're in need, think you could be helped by this, give it a go. See if it's the right thing for you. So betterhelp.com/PKA. Give it a go.
Check them out.
This episode is also brought to you by Lock and Load. Lock and Load, folks. The premium cum enhancing supplement taking the world by storm. Everyone is going to love it. Everyone's going to enjoy it. You're going to impress your girlfriend, your boyfriend. You know, we don't care. We don't judge. You enjoy yourselves. You have fun in the privacy of your own home with Lock and Load. Or if maybe you own property. Maybe you own property in a farm and you can fuck out in the fields. Have fun with that, guys. So Lock and Load. Use code PKA. Use code JIZ. But it doesn't stop there, folks. You need any and all supplements. Efficaciously dosed, not this hokum, not this horse shit from a lot of other supplement companies. Efficaciously dosed, fantastically high quality, GorillaMind.com supplements. You need pre-workouts, you need weight loss supplements, you need dream supplements, you need protein powder, protein bars, energy. I think I said energy drinks already, but there's a ton of stuff over there. You're going to enjoy it. And even if you foolhardily decide you are not going to go with Lock and Load, and you get a bunch of other stuff, you can still use code PKA there, get a nice 10% off. So check that out. And also our merchandise. Be sure to get yourself a hoodie, a hat, a sweatshirt,
stickers,
mugs, stickers, whatever you prefer, anything you like over there at our store. And use code PKA10 to get 10% off of that. And so check those out. And of course, be sure if you feel like it's the right solution for you or it could be a good avenue, go to betterhelp.com/PKA. Get 10% off your first month of online therapy, professional therapy done securely. Could work for you. So check that out.
And if you just want to send us money, the Patreon's down there. You can give $1, you get $5, you get 10, you get 50. You can hang out with us and watch us cry about UFC when it goes poorly.
Yes.
Poor Kyle had a rough one.
Have you rebounded?
No, I'm serious. I meant what I said. Like I won't watch the next few events. Like I'll probably come back whenever Islam fights in a couple months or something like that. But no, that whenever my guys lose or whenever like an enemy wins, I gotta step away for a while and pretend like that sport doesn't exist till it's out of my mind.
Maybe what's his name?
Dricus Duplessis? Kamzat
the other
Chimaev?
one. Kamzat is what I was looking for. Maybe he'll win you over. I mean, you were rooting for Strickland when DDP made him look like a bitch. And
I like Strickland. I still do. Strickland's a good guy. Like Strickland is an outspoken, like,
he's an asshole.
Yeah, sure. He is an asshole, but he's honest about his assholeness, and it's not calculated. It's just a character flaw.
I don't agree with that part either. I think it's his brand now. That like he's intentionally catering to people who like being reassured that it's okay to be an asshole. And like now it's his brand. He says stupid fucking shit in an effort to get attention and stay relevant because his fighting doesn't get that done.
I think he's just uncouth and kind of a dummy about stuff. But maybe not. I think he's a good guy at heart. I see him, in the gym talking about like going easy on the new guys and not roughing up sparring partners. I know Kamzat Chimaev was known for just abusing guys and just wrecking noobs and stuff in there.
Kind of like Strickland's known for doing that, right?
He does that. He doesn't take on streamers. Streamers come and ask to spar him, and he spars them hard. And they know that because they've all seen it. They know what they're getting into. They want a viral clip. They're happy to take a punch.
I don't know. I don't think they're so happy about it. I'd like to hear them say it themselves. I think they get more than they bargained for.
If you were going to spar with him, you wouldn't. You know what was you.
I would not spar with Strickland because I know what's coming. Yeah, exactly. But I think like I have this idea. Let's say that I'm rolling with Joe Rogan, right? Joe Rogan absolutely smashes me in whatever style he chooses to. That's how a fight with me and Joe Rogan would go. So I put this like responsibility on him to keep me safe in the same way that I would if I was like, I don't know, tickling a nephew or something like that. Like, all right, I'm wrestling with the kid, having a good time. And obviously I could smash this kid, but I don't because he's a child and, it's not an even match. That's how I expect Rogan to treat me. And when Strickland does that, he's like, look how much better I am than these untrained influencers.
They know that they're getting into that, though, because he didn't just do it once. He's done it like 3 or 4 times. Everybody knows. And I promise you that it's calculated where beforehand they're like, yeah, dude, fucking clobber me. It's going to be great I'm going to get 1 million views out of this. It's going to be great for engagements if I get beat up and it becomes a controversy. They wouldn't get in there if it's clearly going to be a hard spar. Like, and I agree with everything you said. Like, you should treat some, if we're just goofing around or light sparring or you're showing me the ropes. I don't know anything about Taekwondo, Joe. Show me how to do that spin kick. Like, I don't expect him to kick me across the room and break my ribs with it. But if I jump
Strickland
in there,
would do that.
if I'm trying to take Joe's head off, like if I'm going after him with everything I got and we're hard sparring, quote unquote, I might get my ribs caved in by Joe Rogan because I know he's going to kick me hard. I don't know. I don't think I think he's an asshole, but I don't think it's like a calculated meanness as much as it is. This guy's a bit of a dumb, and he's uncouth. But some of it is like some of his more controversial stuff he's saying for clicks, I'm sure. But Kamzat he means everything he says. I remember him screaming Allahu Akbar on 9/11 and then talking about like, I don't know if I'm going to be at the next fight.
I don't like that.
I'm going to ask.
Yeah.
Like that one bit.
If there's one thing I hate more than a Muslim, it's a white Muslim, race traitor.
He was saying like, I don't know if I'll be at the next fight. It depends if the sheik will let me go fight in Israel. Like, and this is before Israel went too hard. This is back when we were like October 7th. Oh my God.
Right.
During those times, he's like, perhaps the sheik will let me go and kill Israelis. It's like, whoa, dude, you just won. They asked what the fight was like. what kind of answer is that? And then, he took on the belt a shit belt. Like he's a jerk. He's not turning heel. He's a piece of shit. He's a bad guy. I hear he has a school for children. And the first thing I think is, didn't Osama bin Laden have a school for children? Like, you're not
Is it a
me.
good school or is it a LeBron James school?
Lots of wiring and stuff like that going on there. Like lots of they're making a lot of those clocks. Those digital clocks. Remember that
LeBron
kid that made the digital clock? They said it was a bomb.
Interesting.
His school gets shit on too
Give me
much.
50
He tried
pounds
to
with
do
your
a great
fastest
thing.
nails.
Didn't his school like fail to produce even one mathematically competent student for like multiple years?
This is kind of, there's one class in his school and that like year by year by year isn't getting better, and they're not passing in math, like just like you said. But it's not like it's not like the school didn't produce anyone. Like that shit 5th grade class became a shit 6th grade class, became a shit 7th grade class. It's the same one. And it's during COVID where like they didn't come to the school. It's just a wrecked year of students. But the thing is, his school cherry picks the worst of the worst students. That like you're not even eligible to enter the Lebron James school lottery unless you're bottom 25%. Every one of those kids is like the worst kid in the worst city in Ohio. And they have records, they're screaming, they do walk and talks, which is if they don't feel like dealing with this shit, they just leave the room and yell in the hallways and shit.
He's building the X-Men school, but for retards?
Yeah, like maybe you've seen that one.
The F-Men.
The one super disruptive kid in your school who could ruin the whole class for everyone. The class size is 12. Right. But they have like a dozen of these alpha dipshits and they're trying to make them good students. And I think it's like the opposite of mainstreaming. It's like they take all the worst kids, put them together and hope for good results. They have a tough row to hoe.
Yeah. It looks like it's more than just one class based on the 2023 article saying that the vast majority of the 3rd grade class is falling behind, and then a 2024 article saying the entire 8th grade class hasn't passed in 3 years.
So that's the class I'm talking about. The one that 8th grade class hasn't passed in 3 years when they were 7th graders and when they were 6th graders. And they're all falling behind, like you said. But the thing is, they're not catching up. They're doing shit. It's not going well. I'm not pretending it's going well. The whole school is underperforming.
Yeah.
But it's a school filled with underperformers.
Well, at least they're not in regular classrooms fucking up,
Yeah,
right?
It's true.
Dude, I have a real hard time measuring teachers. It's incredibly complicated, right? If you're in freaking Southern California and all of your people and you're a dentist and all your patients have perfect teeth, congratulations, you're playing life on easy mode. You take that same dentist and put him in West Virginia where these guys brag about having dozens of teeth, and now all of a sudden that dentist will look unqualified. So much of how well a teacher does is based on the students and the families.
Yeah, I mean,
it's mostly families. I think I don't know, man. I remember being 4
or the students themselves. You said, yeah.
I remember being 4 and like studying with my mom, learning to like read and write and do basic math, so that when I got to school, I knew that stuff already. And I had this running start where like, dude, I know my colors. Like, you know what I mean? Like we can skip over this part, or when we do this part, I don't know. I mean, focus on something else because I know what brown is already. I can write it out. I don't think if you're not doing that with your kids, then they're behind. And if you multiply that by 12 years of schooling, I remember being in fucking 6th grade. Me and my mom sitting down doing diorama projects about fucking plesiosaurs or whatever. And like, I had somebody there to make sure I did the work and to like sit with me and do it with me if need be. Like if I wasn't going to do it, she was going to sit there and be like, no, we're doing this together. Let's get this done. And if you don't have a parent at home who cares about your education, I don't think you're going to get there with regular schooling, because you could be the best 8th grade teacher ever of all time. But if 7, 6, 5, and 4 didn't get them their basic math, their basic language arts, their basic stuff like that, then you have no structure to build with. They don't have the tools to learn history and science. They don't know how to read and write yet. You know?
And if the entire school is filled with the type of student you're talking about, right? There aren't any good students to model after either. Every one of these kids was a throwaway kid, for lack of a better term, and LeBron's like, bring him to my school. It's Second Chance University or whatever they call it, something close to that. And
seems like it should be called like 5 Strikes University.
Right?
It's got to be a lower number, Taylor. They can't count to 5.
But it's a well-funded school that's not getting good results, and just like, I don't know how to get them better results unless they start mixing in better students.
You get 6 personal fouls in an NBA game, Taylor.
Is that the rule?
I think so. I think that for one thing, you're getting those trouble kids out of the classrooms that may be fucking up other kids. Because I specifically remember trouble kids ending the education for the day because they had to be dealt with. I remember Anthony Wingfield lying in the middle of the floor in the doorway doing that Three Stooges bit where you lay on your side and run around in circles. It was
just running in a circle.
It was the fourth grade. It was the fourth grade. He always came to school like he had been up all night the night before. Like he didn't sleep. He would be up till 4 a.m. and then come into fourth grade exhausted and sleep through half the day and then be a troublemaker when he woke up and had energy. Like we would fill out this. Well, what are your favorite foods? Motherfucker couldn't spell hot dog. You know, like we're not.
One.
Ooh, I don't know if there's anything more phonetic.
No.
Thank God my favorite food was hot dogs and not fucking spaghetti.
Yeah.
He slowed the rest of us down until they finally stuck his ass in special ed, and then he dropped out of school 4 years later in like 8th or 9th grade, and now he's in prison.
Shocking.
Yeah.
And not the cool kind like I went to.
Jack guy prison for dope guys with big dicks. I gave up on fucking reading, dude. In the third grade, we had this program going on.
That's so late to not read.
No, well, so I was kind of like Kyle was talking about. My parents like put heavy priority on my education. It was like I get home, like as soon as I got home from work, it was like I was a latchkey kid, and it was like as soon as I got home, like my homework had to be done, and they'd sit down and like review it with me. And they did that for me and all my siblings. But it's like take this shit fucking seriously, and they cared, which, you know, thank God. Shouts out mom and dad. And then they would like read to us all the time when we were little, and then eventually, like when we got to the age where we could read on our own, it was kind of the expectation, like bedtime. You know, everybody sits and reads for half an hour, 45 minutes, whatever it was. Well, in third grade, they had this program where I can't remember what the reward was at the end of it, but there was sheets of graph paper that the teacher had put up on the wall. And it was, you read a book, you sit down at the one computer in the classroom and you take a test. And it was like a comprehension test to essentially prove that you had, you know, you read the book and you knew what was going on in it. And so I read like a motherfucker when I was a kid, like would just blaze through, you know, Harry Potter books in a couple of days. And I'd go and take these tests. And so every day we had this like designated reading time, and I take the test. And then obviously the more complex a book is, or the longer it is, the more points it's worth. So a Harry Potter book is worth, you know, 600 points or something. You know, if fucking The Very Hungry Caterpillar is worth 3. And so I very quickly went all the way up on this graph paper, because every 10 points you got, she'd put a stamp all the way up to the ceiling. And then she put another set of graph paper and started going up. And it was me and there was this girl, Katie something, I can't remember her name. But we were basically like in competition with each other. We're at about the same level. And so her and I were kind of going back and forth every day, and we're making our way across the fucking classroom because we're getting thousands of these points. And our teacher pulled us out in the hallway, and she was like, to paraphrase, essentially was like, listen, the fucking retards in the class who can barely read are getting really depressed that you guys are really good at this. So I'm going to keep track of your points, but I'm not going to document it on the wall anymore.
Boo.
Yeah. And dude, the next day it was like, here's our designated reading time. And I was like,
I'm on strike.
Are you happy?
I'm in it for the fucking points, bitch.
Yeah, you just convinced a 9-year-old to give up on reading, you dumb bitch.
Oh, that's
so it's the accelerated reader program is what you're talking about. It was wonderful. I loved it. It made me love reading and introduced me to love reading. And I would always pick the biggest books I could because they had the most points. I remember reading Roll of Thunder, Hear My Cry. It's about a sharecropping black family in like the early 1900s. Dealing with prejudice. And it was like, I didn't know any of that stuff. We weren't being taught that. It was great to read that. And it was like a bunch of points, but we partnered that with the Relay for Life or something. So you could run like a quarter mile and you got like 1 point, or you got like a straw and then the straw is converted to points or something like that. Or you could read. Both were ways to get points for this like thing we were doing for, I think, cancer. And I was like, I don't want to run. I would much rather read. Because that's clearly the faster way to get points if you're literate. Like I remember reading it, whatever, 12th grade level or whatever, at like 4th grade or something like that. So it was like it wasn't a problem. I could peel through those books quickly and get tons of points. I think we got a pizza party. I think we were getting Pizza Hut coupons for free
the
pizza.
personal pan pizza. Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, that's what we were getting. I found that.
We didn't have that.
Really?
So Fish came in clutch. He found that big-titted chick from earlier. This is her Instagram. Zach, maybe you could find like a show safe photo of her to show off.
That was a good page. Good find.
That video, it went that like video went viral, and she got a Playboy contract.
Woody, you saw her. The 28
I'm like, who
minutes
is this
ago.
person? I have no idea who. And once he's like, I found that big titty girl's Instagram. I'm like, oh, I do recognize the jugs.
I can tell it's the same girl, and I didn't even glance at her face. In the first,
Same necklace. I also noticed she's wearing the same necklace.
I Googled her name. I found her Twitter. I'm like, is she a philosopher? Like who is this person? But
yeah, she's a philosopher.
She's a real philosopher. Anyway, I can't look at this.
Welcome to PKA. 4 guys stare at giant tits in silence.
Well, they should click the video and they can look at the tits with us. I bet they'll have their mouths open too.
Dude, the only thing that our
audio only listeners,
right?
Big booba.
There were big booba up there.
I don't even know how to describe them.
The
Like, I don't know what
majority.
the letters go to at some point. Like the Q cup.
Yeah,
Those are pirate kitties.
They're like,
it's like a double G, double H, something like halfway through the alphabet.
We call
They're
those
man-made, right?
buccaneers.
They're cantaloupe sized. They kind of sag a little bit. They look natural to me.
Really?
She got
They're
big
they're
natties,
inc-
man.
they're
Real or
based
fake?
on-
The
If it be
other
that
video
big, they're incredibly perky.
where you could see her nipples on the lace thing, the first one that you sent, those look like proportionate nipples to those giant tits.
Click the second link I sent here. It's a pretty good swimsuit. It's a pretty revealing swimsuit she's wearing there. My goodness.
Sick.
Congrats to her and her daddy. I want to shake his hand.
Oh, nice.
Big time shout out to this girl. Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, the only thing that I can remember, like my kindergarten and like first grade teachers keeping track of, like we didn't have a cool reading bar or anything like that. Maybe there was something analogous for grades. The only thing I really remember though is that they had this like big wall that had all our names on it, and under each name was a pocket. Like have you ever seen those like shoe holders you put over a closet thing? It was like that, but smaller pockets. And if you got in trouble, they would put a yellow card. It was like soccer. They'd put cards in there.
Yellow, orange, red, baby.
Yeah. Yep. And I remember multiple times hitting at least to the orange, not for anything egregious, like just being a little kid and I talked in class a lot. I was gregarious. I would interrupt by talking and joking with my friend Alex. And so often throughout like first grade, I would just be like, I'd be like, okay, we're already at the orange card. A red card means I have to take a note home to mom and dad. I can make it through the rest of the day. What time is it? It's 9:41. In the morning. It's like,
We go to the principal's office. You got a red, you went to the principal's office. Also, if you got 100 on a test, you went to the principal's office.
what?
You got like a congratulations.
Oh,
like these kids all got perfect scores, and he'd like, I don't know. When you're in second grade, the principal's an important guy. You're like, you're happy to get the compliment from him. You know, he's the boss around here. He runs his shit.
I'm sure my grade school principal is long dead, but I do remember he had a like fraternity style paddle that had like entered lore.
They hit us with it.
I never got
hit in
smacked.
school.
Oh,
Never got
I got
smacked.
hit in elementary school and in middle school. Yeah, SWATs.
Middle school?
Yes, I was in maybe 8th grade, or is it 6th grade? I didn't do 7th, so it has to be one or the other.
So you're like either
What kind of
12th or
behavior would get you hit?
I'm trying to remember what I did. I genuinely don't remember what I did to get the SWATs. But I got, I think 3 or maybe 5, so something somewhere in there. And I remember they don't tell you when they're going to happen. So for days I was wearing like every pair of underwear I had. I was wearing like legitimately like 8, 9 pairs of
I
underwear.
tried that on my dad, yeah.
And we were in like, I remember being in gym and like changing out for to play basketball. and like, look at me pair of underwear I got on. I'm not gonna feel anything. And they're like, holy shit, that's the best idea ever. And somebody was like hitting me with like a chair or something. Like, not a chair, but like something like paddle like. And I'm like, I don't feel nothing. This is great. But like, they drug on and on and on. And after a while, I ran out of clean underwear. And my mom's like, why are you going through all these underwear like this? You can't wear 8. How many pairs are you wearing? And so the day I had to go back to school with just one pair of briefs on. I get called to the office and they're like, bend over. And he hit me fucking hard. I remember thinking like, that really hurt. Like I didn't cry, but I could have. And I remember thinking like, man, he didn't hold back. He knocked the shit out of me. I haven't been hit this hard in forever.
He saw the padding. I remember I tried that when I was very young with my dad because I had done something bad, I guess. And my mom pulled you wait until your father gets home. And I'm like a little kid. So I know that means trouble's coming. And so like I heard my friend Joe, the guy who would later become the fire poi guy, who was clearly experienced with being in trouble. He was like, just put on a bunch of underwear. And I was like, that's brilliant. And so for like the 2 hours between school and my dad getting home, I'm walking around the house like J-Lo. Just I
was gonna say you said your dad noticed. He's like, your ass was never this juicy and thick before. What are you doing?
Did it work? Did your father just hit the underwear and let it go?
No, son, you're all caked up. What happened?
He knew what happened, and I had to take the protective layer off, and then he smacked me.
My dad
I never went to a school where they hit the students, but we had a transfer. Shout out to Jesse Shima. He was from Las Vegas and they beat the kids there apparently. Our minds were blown. And I was very interested in the culture of hitting the kids and what it was like. And I was like, did you cry? He's like, yeah. Everybody cries. Nobody brings it up. Nobody brings it up. Wow. It is a social non-event. There is a social contract in Las Vegas that if the teacher beats the student, that's a sore spot that we leave alone.
Damn,
that's rough.
Yeah, I remember it. I think I got it twice. Elementary school again. I don't remember what I did, but I got a couple swats in elementary school, and the same thing. I remember being like, that really fucking hurt. I think I may have teared up for sure in elementary school when they whacked me. I can't remember for the life of me what I did. I was always getting in trouble for like just talking or just, I don't know, like I wasn't some super genius or anything, but I'd finish my work early and I'd be sitting there with nothing to do. And I remember specifically like one day I put Elmer's glue all over my hands and I was letting it dry to make like glue gloves. And that was like a principal office parent conference, like worthy event. And then Miss Evans.
Are you aware your son is being a child?
Yeah. That was 4th grade. I remember Miss Evans had it out for me. We had so many parent-teacher conferences. We lived so close to the school, like you could walk like half mile from the school. And my dad would show up stinking from the chicken houses. What is it this time? What did he do? What did he do? Did he sneeze? And she's like, he flushed the toilet with his foot. Have you been in a little boy's room, ma'am? It's piss everywhere. I remember him saying piss with a hard P. There was piss everywhere in there. I flushed it with my foot too. Keep flushing it with your foot. like my dad always had my back.
Damn based.
Yeah, for sure. Miss Evans was a fucking problem. I hope she's fucking dead. You suburban driving 6'2" big bird looking bitch. I hope she's dead. I hope she flipped that Suburban and died. I hope she was pinned under it for hours.
like the lady at the beginning of Signs.
Yes, but
trapped against the tree.
But she didn't get that loving moment like with her husband at the end before they pulled the wreckage away and her entrails spilled out on the cold pavement. Raccoon showed up instead.
They could have done more to save that woman in Signs. It was literally like some sheriff's deputy who was like, hey, there's no possible way to save her. I haven't talked to anyone about it, but we're going to back up.
Paramedics were there.
Yeah, there's a domestic on Maple we got to get to. So.
Kyle mentioned he finished his work first. And when I was in 4th grade, it's seemingly every day there'd be this little canister. It held like 4 pieces of paper. Like imagine an inbox, outbox, but 2 of them next to each other. And you grab the little worksheet, you do it, you put it away, grab number 2, and you work your way through the 4 worksheets. Happened every day. I was like the fastest at finishing these worksheets. I was just ripping through these things. And in my mind, I was the smartest kid in class. unbeknownst to me, I'm not getting fuck all right. Brings my parents in. He's like, I think your kid's retarded. We know you got to move on to special needs classes. And I'm like, no, maybe I should just do it slower.
It should take a little more time. I remember like always feeling that same level of stoked on myself when in grade school they would hand out like the minute math sheets where it was like 80 multiplication or division questions, like simple shit, like nothing hard, on a paper, and they would be like, all right, ready, set, go. And like once you got all of it done, the thing to do was to like look up and around at everyone else in the class and be like, yeah, I think we know who came out on top here today. And meanwhile, it was like, it's like 4 times 4.
Yeah,
like
that
9
was me,
times 5.
But I'm putting 34.
Oh, you weren't even getting it right?
I was not going
I was so fucking
even vaguely.
Yeah, they pulled me out. I had because I went to a Catholic school for elementary school, and they had a nun teach me with like flashcards out in the hallway while everybody else was getting normal math lessons, because they're like, God, this kid's fucking retarded. Great at everything else, cannot do math to this day. My brain doesn't work that way. But she had a mustache. She had like 7 wiry. She looked like Snoopy's Mexican brother. She like had that mustache, and she'd sit out there and do flashcards with me, and I would just stare at her fucking mustache the entire time. I'd be like, I don't know, 7, I don't know, 6. Still to this day, can't do fucking math. My time to shine though was popcorn reading, when you go around the room and it jumps from person to person.
Oh yeah,
Dude,
I love popcorn reading.
I can pick up any book right now and read it like it was fucking posted on Audible. You're stumbling over vocabulary words. Get the fuck out of here. You'll beat me at math, but never at reading.
Do you remember like the terror that it would strike in some kids during popcorn reading, where like you would see it go and it'd be like, and it goes to Taylor, and then I'd read my portion. He'd be like, and it goes to Travis, and everyone like knew it was like, this is gonna be a fucking ordeal. And you would like you'd see, and it'd be like, oh my god, like Travis got a long paragraph.
This paragraph has the word oscillating in it.
He takes fucking forever to read normal paragraphs, and then you'd have to sit there and listen to this kid stutter through it. And it was like, holy shit, like, you know, throw in the towel, like give this kid a fucking break right now. You're destroying his confidence in front of his classmates. Like, you know, that kid can't read well. He's in special reading in 5th grade or 4th grade, whatever it is. Like, give him a break. Not chill. Wasn't so chill of my 4th grade teacher, which 4th grade, I think you're 10 in 4th grade. And that was when I didn't hit puberty, but I had like that, like arousing of like being interested in tits and stuff in my head. And I remember I had this dog ugly teacher in like 4th grade, but she was like probably like 49, 50 years old. Like I'm 10, but she had the most mammoth tits, and she would wear these like little little sweaters, and I didn't even have the requisite understanding of like why I was that interested in her tits, or why I couldn't pay attention in class, because all I was doing was staring at her tits. And I remember like in innocence telling my mom once, being like, I'm looking at her boobs the whole time. And she's like, Taylor, just try to not focus on that. And in my head, I'm like, yeah, right. Like, as if that's even possible. Do you think this is a switch you can turn off? It's like, no, she's droning on about horse shit that I don't care about, because the dumbest kid in the class still hasn't learned this. And she's just like, sometimes she'd take big steps. You get a little movement in there. It's like, okay, it's going to get me through the next the next 20 minutes of this fucking class.
Do you remember what diagramming a sentence is?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So many people couldn't figure that out. It was crazy.
It was 2 parts. One, I kind of enjoyed watching my teacher diagram sentences. I just liked seeing how they fit together. And 2, I knew it was really hard for her, and it like the edge of her cognitive abilities. So I would ask her to do it all the time. Like she eventually just started saying no. I was like, I don't get it. Can you diagram that sentence? And she'd do it. And I loved it. I love the show.
That is so fucking funny to see that this like 23-year-old girl doesn't fully get it. And so she's writing like sentences where the subject and the object are beyond obvious. You know, the dog rode a bike to the store, like whatever it is. And then you're just like, hey, I created this more complex sentence. 7 years ago. Rats.
Oh, I always did that. It was
That's so funny. Did you guys have to memorize the Lincoln speech, the 7 years ago?
Our
father.
That one. I remember some poems.
A new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all
Hell
men
yeah.
are created equal.
There was so much more than that. There was a lot of it.
I used to know it all. I just watched Lincoln, so it's embarrassing that I can't remember the rest of it, because there's a scene in Lincoln where he's meeting with the troops, and they each in turn have memorized his speech, even though he gave it like just a few months before, because it was so inspiring to them. But yeah, we memorized that and the fucking presidents and a few other things that you just cram in for. I remember the Gettysburg Address was 9th grade and the president's was 5th grade, though. I remember in 5th grade drilling those things in class.
Did you guys do states?
Mm-hmm. States and capitals.
States and capitals was 3rd grade for us. Probably similar everywhere.
I remember the flashcards. I remember sitting there with my mom. See, that's the other thing. That's what I'm talking about with like help from a parent. Like we had flashcards in the living room, like fucking going through them. You know, like obviously Georgia on the front, Atlanta on the back, and like just going through all the states. And you know, 2 or 3 hours the night before the test, and you know that shit like the back of your hand. You're a kid. You absorb. It's not that hard anyway. It's capitals.
You don't have to know that much. Like you just remember like in my head what the like irrelevant states were that like were so far from me I didn't care. It was like Vermont. What the fuck
Montpelier?
What's happening in Vermont? Montpelier. What's happening in New Hampshire? I don't know what's going on in New Hampshire. What's going on in Connecticut? What's going on?
New Hampshire's capital start with a B. Does anyone know it?
I think it's which one is it's Concord. Yeah.
I was just there a couple months ago. Shit state, garbage state.
What was Hartford, Connecticut.
I bet you don't know Jersey.
Isn't it weird? It's like Jersey City or like some nonsense city.
It's not Camden, is it?
Trenton.
Oh,
Trenton.
Yeah.
I didn't remember that. Damn.
I've been watching.
I knew that one. I'm so much smarter.
What's Missouri then?
Indianapolis?
No, Jefferson City.
I've been
it's
watching.
Not fair when they do that.
Yeah, just some horse shit nonsense. It's like you'd think it'd be like St. Louis or
Bismarck.
Kansas City, but no.
There's a Jersey City in Jersey.
I knew there wasn't. I didn't just
right?
that in the
Newark. You think it could be that?
I've been watching a ton of Jeopardy this week. I get like 3/5 of Final Jeopardies right. That's what I watch. I watch Final Jeopardies, like videos that are nothing but those. Love those. But I came across a question today that I wanted to see if Taylor or any of you could get. This country has it's a Western Hemisphere country. Okay. It has 2 capitals and 37 official languages. Dun, 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 dun,
okay, so it can't be North America. It can't be Central America. I don't think. It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be Haiti, the Dominican. I mean, the most like wild out there, I would guess like Brazil.
Brazil is my guess as well,
but because that's so multifaceted. There's so many there's so many jungle people there that have.
But you know, the capital of Brazil is Rio
de Janeiro. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's the other capital?
Zach knows it.
There's 2 capitals.
This country has 2 capitals and 37 official native languages.
Seems like an oversight to have 2 capitals. You got to consolidate. Is this some horseshit like Guyana?
No, it's Western Hemisphere.
Ghana is a Ghana is the African country. Yeah. Guyana is a South American country.
Oh, I didn't know Guyana was a place.
French Guyana.
Guyana, I think.
Sounds like a STD.
Clearly not the right. Yeah. I've had a dance with Guyana.
Burning so bad.
I don't think it's Argentina or Chile or Honduras or Venezuela or
Lake Titicaca, Paraguay.
To be helpful, you're right so far. It isn't any of those.
It can't be Brazil because it's too obvious.
That feels like a question I should
maybe some like Turks and Caicos nonsense.
I think it's going to be
Nicaragua.
All right, we got
I'm going to
Nicaragua,
guess Trinidad and Tobago. I don't have
Trinidad and Tobago.
Official languages. It's got to be some country with like weird political Is it Panama?
Nope.
I'm guessing some Caribbean country that's turned overhand, like leadership. It gets invaded all the time by every passing pirate.
2 capitals is weird
All
as
right,
shit.
would you like to know the answer?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Bolivia.
Zach knew it. Zach got it. It came up as you said it. Like he maybe even beat you to it by a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
but
said Lake Titicaca, and then I had to remember what country Lake Titicaca is in. My Spanish teacher in high school went swimming in Lake Titicaca. They took this boat out. There's this island out apparently in the middle of it. It's like Monkey Island is a super uncreative name, but it's infested with, believe it or not, monkeys. And so they're like, hey, we want to go check this island out. This guy takes him out to a boat and he goes, this is as close as I can get. There's all these fucking laws about animals, blah, blah, blah. You have to swim. So he's like, dude, we were like 1,000 yards away from this fucking island. They jump out, they swim over to the island, they show up on the shore. All of the monkeys are hanging out and they come to greet them. Well, the only people who come to this island are tourists coming to greet the monkeys with baskets full of fresh fruit. So the monkeys show up and they're like, yo, what's up?
Yeah.
They've got nothing. So they get circled by these monkeys. They take off. His friend and his friend's wife managed to make it out to back into the lake. He gets bit in the calf by this fucking monkey, which famously disgusting disease-infested animals. So he's like, fuck, I'm in a third world country. I don't know what this monkey has in its mouth that I just get bit with. I have to swim 1,000 yards out to this boat that's waiting for me in Lake Titicaca, which is the only lake in the world with sharks. So he's swimming with a potentially infected monkey bite through shark-infested waters in a third world country.
That's an adventure.
Not ideal.
That's a terrible adventure, though.
It's a great story.
Anybody see this video? It's the most recent link. A bear broke into this man's house. And it's like he was ready. He's been waiting on this bear. I'm not sure. I didn't really like
the Bear Killer 3000.
How doesn't know the gun, but it looks like an AR-15 M4 type thing.
Yeah.
This guy is so prepared.
He's
he has a light on it.
Yeah, when he rounds the corner and that bear comes at him, it's like, bah, 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 bah. That's great.
And you know what he's doing there? After he shoots it, he's like assessing the kitchen damage. Where he's like, I guess I could tear that bit of grout and tile up.
How many tiles did I break? How many tiles do we have in the garage, honey?
Oh, damn.
Might not
Poor bear.
him.
Poor bear shouldn't have gone in.
I kind of felt bad for the bear, but the bear's in his house. So it's like,
of course, you got to kill a bear that's in your house. But even so,
gotta kill the bear.
I like bears, or I like black bears.
I try to shoo him out.
You can shoo a black bear a bit.
For one thing, I don't want a dead bear in my fucking den. You know what I mean? Like if it's possible,
I want him dead in his den.
I can shoot him in the yard.
Had a black bear encounter? Have you ever shoot a black bear?
Never
shot
one in the wild.
One. I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot the couple times I've been to the Smoky Mountains. They're like rats over there. They're fucking everywhere in the Smokies, all over the place. Like every single trash can is like locked with a padlock.
It's crazy. I've never seen them up there. Smoky Mountain was our go-to vacation spot. We'd hit up Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge and Dollywood and all that shit and rent a cabin and chill out up there for a weekend or two. And I've never seen one in the wild as far as I can remember.
Were you looking, like peeking around? Because they're all over the place.
I didn't go on a bear hunt or anything, but I just didn't see any around or anything like that.
Both times I've gone there, I've seen them on hikes.
My buddy
go
had
there for hikes.
A house
I don't
near
go for hikes.
Asheville, and every time we'd go hiking, we'd see them all the fucking time. But you just like clap loudly and they run away.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
I went on a hiking trip in Yosemite. I've told this before, but that bears was the first day of the trip. We hadn't hiked anywhere yet. We were staying at a campground, and a bear came to the campground and stole somebody else's picnic basket, nothing to do with us. But we saw it go down, and me and my friends and the campers and like everyone were just like clapping. This one woman had a pot and she was like banging the pot, and we're like, bad bear, bad bear. But the bear's posture, like when he ran, I think we hurt its feelings. It was like, you guys are going way overboard. It was just some potato chips, and you couldn't let me.
Have you seen the one of a guy who's like on a deck, like a patio? And there's like a grill and stuff out there, and there's a camera recording him, and like a bear climbed over the gate to get on the patio, and the guy just like walks over and he like opens the gate again, and he's like, out with you, get out of here. And the bear's like, well, I suppose. And
the bear hits him though.
It does give him a little hit, but it doesn't seem to draw blood. It was just an annoyance, like, fuck you.
Yeah.
I could have had treats.
Yeah, black bears definitely, like most black bear encounters seem to be exactly what you guys are describing. I think it's the brown bears that they're going to maul you to death and eat you alive. Not maul you to death, eat you alive, because that's what they do.
What's the rhyme? If it's black, fight back. If it's brown, lay down. If it's white, good night.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, polar bears are not omnivorous like the rest of the bears, as far as I know. They're like hyper carnivores. They're going to eat you.
Yeah, they don't care what kind of song and dance you're doing. They're gonna grab you and
yeah. I'm sure you've seen that video where the guy is in that plexiglass like container, and the polar bear is doing his best to open it like a can of tuna and eat him. Like it's clear the bear only wants to eat the man inside, and it's just trying to figure out how to make it happen. Those things are terrifying.
They're insanely fucking huge.
Yes.
I was at some natural history museum, I can't remember, and there was a taxidermized polar bear, and it's like, it looks like they made it up. Like you walk around the corner and see the thing, and you're like, you got to be fucking kidding. There's no way. The thing's bigger than a fucking car.
Yeah, I've seen those same like kind of mock-ups where like we've all seen grizzlies, and like those things are fucking huge in their own right, and it's like, yeah, like kind of the same difference between a black bear and a grizzly, about that same difference between a grizzly and a polar bear. And it's like, this thing is a monster, like an absolute monster. If they ever, we got to keep them north, boys. We can't let them.
Grizzlies are that much
down.
bigger than polar bears, huh?
They're like 4 feet, three feet taller or something. Like I feel like a polar bear is like 11 feet tall when it stands up, and a grizzly is like 8 feet tall, and then a black bear will be like 5 feet tall. Like not.
The polar bear is the biggest bear.
Yeah, the polar bear is the biggest bear. They're great. 9876. Oh, okay. I guess black bears are a little bigger than I thought. I don't know what that intermediary bear is between the black bear and the grizzly bear.
That's a sun bear.
No, sun bears are black with the sun on their chest.
Yeah, you're right. I remember when the Chinese had those sun bears and when they stand up on their hind legs, it looks like a man wearing pants or like wearing a bear suit. There's like slack in its ass, like a bear suit.
There's slack in its ass. I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
like wearing
because
pants
of
too big.
Because of climate change, which of course we don't believe in here. The polar bears are losing their environment, and so they're slowly being pushed further and further south, and they're interbreeding with the grizzly bears, and they call them growler bears, I think, or something like that. A growler bear, yeah, it's a hybridized,
like a liger
bear, yeah, like a liger, but naturally occurring.
Well, not as weird as a liger. Yeah.
I don't think ligers are fertile. Like I think once you create that, it's like isn't it the same thing with mules,
zonkies and mules, yeah.
But I think when a polar bear and a grizzly make a growler, it is fertile. I think that's the deal. I think it's something about. I watched the whole thing about this, but anyway, the growler bear is the future. This hybridized
female ligers can be fertile.
Okay,
and they can reproduce with lions or tigers.
Growler's a shit name. I feel like we could brainstorm for 5 seconds and come up with a better name for that bear.
Pizzly. Some people call them pizzlies.
That's too cute. Undersells the roster.
No, it's a pizzly.
Which is a pizzly bear.
12 feet tall, 1,800 pounds of murder. Yeah, those things are scary, but like I always go back to those depictions of the short-faced bear, those short-faced cave bear that like mammoths over the polar bear those coexisted with humans around the Bering Strait area. So when the group of the migration from Russia and Eurasia that came over originally when that Bering Strait was all frozen up. They had to contend with the short-faced bear going across the Bering Land Bridge and trying to make themselves toward Canada and the Pacific Northwest. See if you can find a depiction of how big that thing is, Zach. It's like a monster from a Star Wars movie.
What's
or
it
something.
called again? Did you say?
Short-faced cave bear.
Yeah, and I think we hunted them to extinction.
Nice.
Probably.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
big ups
impressive.
humans.
Every once in a while,
we're
it's worth
melting
it.
the ice caps, getting those polar bears taken care of. Let's get rid of all bears. Pandas next.
Yeah, a lot of the megafauna, it's presumed that we hunted to extinction. There was this species of armadillo whose shells were large enough that humans made them into dwellings. It was like TP-sized, like armadillo shells, and we just killed them all for their shells to live in, and there were no more. And then
I'm
mammoths.
changing my answer. The cave bear is the largest animal I could fight.
There you go. That's what I wanted to show. Look at that. Like, can you imagine like 12 of us with spears having to contend with that, and it's mad?
Dude,
And you know what is not going to help is I'm not going to
Get
be
him!
helpful until someone else goes in.
I'm not
At
going
all.
in first. I'm going to be the addle guy. I'm fucking slinging, fucking throwing rocks or something.
I'm gonna be like that one, like nose ringed guy in 300, where he's like, the men in front yelled forward, and I would let everybody else run forward, and then I would pretend to help, because there's no way 12 people could take this unless they're like ancient icemen who are so much tougher than us. It's borderline unfathomable.
Dude, every generation before us was tougher, right? Like every time you go back 50 years, the men are
we're
tougher.
gay as hell, dude.
We're the weakest, most effeminate like men in human history for sure. Like this generation, and it just keeps going that way because the world gets softer and easier every generation. You go back.
I don't know. France had a couple generations.
Dude, you go back
in,
to
like,
those
the
boys
Renaissance.
you go back to those guys in Band of Brothers. Those were some hard motherfucking men. Right? But you go back 100 years before them, they were harder. You go back to short-faced cave bear times, those were some bad motherfuckers. They were like, look, cave bear scat. Let's go. Like they were pumped when they saw cave bear shit. Like those guys they knew if they got a cave bear skull, they'd get pussy for life.
Yeah, dude, I like your theory that it gets tougher the further you go. The people get tougher the further you go back. Like, imagine some like guy from 1860s France encountering like a Roman legionary. He'd be like, "What a brute!" And he'd be like, "I had to cut me fucking toe off, nasty stub." And then like everybody, now we are lame and gay compared to them. Man, makes you wonder what the future's like.
Oh, you said ate your toe off, and it reminded me. I saw this news story. This diabetic man was asleep, and obviously, when you're diabetic, I think circulation to your extremities is bad, and they often lose limbs, feet.
I think you like can't feel your feet for a long time, and then they fucking axe you.
Well, guy's asleep, and he can't feel his foot, and his poodle chewed off his big toe while he was asleep and didn't do a very clean job of it. It took a lot of the side of the foot too. And they showed the wound, and it was gruesome. And they showed it stitched up. And then the last picture was the poodle. And he's just like, ha.
You just know on the way back from the fucking hospital, that guy got a slushy. I deserve this.
That'd be a wake-up call for me. Well, all right, that's a good question.
So far, that's the wake-up call. You've been living with 2 numb feet for 3 years, and you're like, yeah, we'll deal with this someday. But today's pizza and popcorn and or pizza and ice cream night
takes the dog chewing some toes off.
Yeah,
dude, I would cut sugar right the fuck out. I don't like sugar that much. I don't even
Is
eat
it
that
all
much
carbs or just sugar?
I think
I'm not
it's
a doctor.
processed sugar that you eat a tremendous amount of, and your body can't handle. I don't think
they have issues with carbohydrates in general, like rice and stuff. You have to be careful with when you're diabetic.
Okay.
Well, white rice is like the most simple carb ever. Like
it also depends like what type diabetes, because I know my grandmother was developing. They were like, "You're pre-diabetic." And she's like, well, I'm only drinking 8 Coca-Colas a day. And he's like, yeah, that's probably the problem. And she immediately, because she always kept like real Coca-Cola in the fridge, and we drank those things like crazy. And so she immediately cut that out, never drank a Coca-Cola again. And like Her diabetes reversed. It went away. It was fine then. Cancer got her like 8 years later, but that had nothing to do with the soda.
It's the way she goes.
That was the aspartame.
That was the aspartame from the Diet Coke.
That can't be proven, and I choose not to believe it.
That's what the insurance company said.
Sprite Zeros are good for you.
It's clear. It's basically
They're an
medicine.
It's clear.
form of
It's
lime.
water. It has 2% of your daily potassium in every single can. Can you believe it?
That's
Those
why I
are
have
fucking
50 a
tasty.
day.
Phenylalanines.
If this is bad for me, then this will be what kills me, because I drink these nonstop. I love them. I love zero sugar soda. I'm not going to ever stop. I read today that every
The
human
lemonade from Woody.
when they check human brains for microplastics, what do you think think of how much microplastic do you think they're finding in human brains? Like if you had to hold it in your hand.
A credit
Like
card
a-
amount.
Tablespoon.
Credit card amount. That's a good guess. Tablespoon.
I'm guessing it's so much less than any of these things, like a couple of grams at the most.
A plastic spoon's worth. Like the whole plastic,
brain?
not what a plastic spoon holds.
Yeah.
Like if you took an entire plastic spoon,
In a
turn it
brain.
in our brains.
That's a
Yeah,
lot.
there's no
that's a
way for
lot
us to
of
flush it out.
space.
It's totally artificial. But like, is a plastic spoon even more plastic than a credit card? Probably, right? Maybe even more.
Like volumetrically.
Like
Yeah.
volume. Like if you were to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
I don't think
weighs
you could
more?
you couldn't make a good plastic spoon out of a credit card unless it was incredibly thin. So it's
don't know.
probably even more.
Hold up the back of your credit card to the camera, and we'll examine size wise.
Well, I lost it at Chipotle earlier.
Oh, you did tell
And
us.
so someone else will have to storm
But
that beach.
like the microplastic thing, the more I read about it and the more I like hear about it, it's like, man, there's no way to avoid this. I would have to upend my life entirely to avoid microplastics. I would need a new toothbrush. I could never drink a soda out of a can again. Everything would have to be glass bottles, and not regular glass bottles, like boutique glass bottles. The caps would have to be different. Everything, like all of your meats, vegetables are packaged in plastic and it
Yeah.
leaches into them. All the
Well-
containers are. You would have to go to an artisanal fucking butcher. You'd have to kill your own animals and grow your own vegetables or something.
What do you mean regular glass bottle? Because I didn't know there was a
Some glass
Like
bottles have a
plastic.
plastic coating on the inside and some don't.
just
Just like
man.
these cans. Just like these cans do.
Cans.
These
I
cans
know,
have a plastic in-
I know the cans have that. I've seen the guy dip the Coke can in the dissolving agent and then pull it out, and there's that like plastic bag, which is disconcerting. And some sodas don't have the plastic liner. Usually, it's like smaller run, more boutique sodas, but those aren't the kind I'm drinking anyway. Like I'm drinking like mainstream, caffeine-free Diet Pepsi, Sprite Zero, and really mostly those two. Some Diet Coke, a little bit.
I did some fact checking, and it literally says you have a plastic spoon's worth of plastic in your brain. And then it explained why a little bit. And I guess they think that the plastics are coming from some of the fats we eat, and your brain loves to consume fats as energy, and they get delivered there and don't get exported. So your brain it's not as if your liver and your muscles and stuff have there are a particularly high concentration of plastics in your brain.
and testicles.
Testicles too.
Yeah, they think it causes infertility. They think it has some play in the global population decline. Is infertility caused by microplastics that are building up in people's testicles? Men's testicles. Women have testicles too. Shut up.
I mean,
there's
it's
that
probably
one
true.
boxer.
This is why you lost.
Yeah. What about that fucking Romanian boxer?
You gotta
He's
go
right.
medal.
This is why the fucking soldiers are in the Capitol, you asshole. Shut up about the testicles and the periods.
True.
We got President Retard because nobody wanted President Woman.
That's well, this
Fair
woman I can deal with. It's the other part.
that she's Indian.
Oh, is she? I thought she was white.
I thought she was Indian.
Oh, I thought she's half black and half Indian, right?
That's what she really is.
Is that what
Yeah.
she is? No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was a very
don't know.
attractive young woman in her younger days. I think what celebrity did she used to bang? It was like a rapper or something.
Yeah, I saw like a
Elvis.
clip of, well, she's not that old. Give her a break. Yeah. I saw some clip of her like on the arm of some
Elvis
rapper,
liked
in,
him
like a
young.
clip of
It's
2000,
possible.
2002.
Yeah, she was a
I don't
hottie.
know
Like,
who it was.
yeah, for reals.
She was a cutie pie. You're right.
I said in the WhatsApp today that 2028, get ready for JD Vance to defeat Gavin Newsom. And Chiz acted like I had said that aliens were landing next week. It was so far from any possibility, but that's the most likely outcome, right?
Oh, you think?
I don't know. I don't like Vance.
I'm not basing this on any like real deep study, but I just see that in my lifetime, I've observed the pendulum swing back and forth so many times. I've seen the Republicans in as bad a position as now, where they're like, will they ever be, in as bad a position as the Democrats are today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, are they ever going to be relevant again? They don't have the House. They don't have the Senate. They don't have the Supreme Court. They have nothing. They're just not a popular party in America. Like I've seen the Republicans in this place, and look at them today. They dominate they're winning everything, dominating strong. They were like a 3-house majority. But I just assumed the pendulum would start swinging the other way because it always does, not because of any real analysis.
Nah, none of this.
Did I call it or did I call it? Yeah,
matters.
it's clearly the betting favorite. And also, here's why I think that my outcome is going to be the case. First of all, Gavin Newsom's killing it on social media right now. Whether you think it's cringe, whether you think it's lame, I think his cursing needs to be curtailed. Whoever's telling him that he should curse. I referenced to you. I was like, it sounds like when Woody curses, when he calls someone a shit fuck. Like it just doesn't natural. It doesn't feel natural. And like Woody's like coming out that way because he's mad in the moment. But
and so it is authentic.
So it is authentic. Gavin Newsom's reading the script.
Hey, what's up, man? Aren't you supposed to be renovating the bathroom?
Shit, I gotta get back to work, guys. Dinner's not ready. I'll have to hit you harder.
And so I think Gavin's the clear front runner from the left. How's it going? Hey there. And I think that JD Vance is going to get the golden ticket. I don't think they're going to have a Republican convention or debates, and I don't think any of that's going to happen. I think Trump will anoint JD. I think everybody will fall in line behind JD, and he'll get the big push. And
do you like JD Vance like as much? Like I don't trust him. I barely trust him more than fucking Newsom. Like
I find him to be overly arrogant and a bit of a douchebag at times. I didn't like how he spoke to Zelensky on both trips. I didn't like that. Before that, I was kind of like, whatever. Standard Republican guy who's like backed by billionaires. Not the end of the world. He's not the devil. But with so I think he's going to be the guy. And the reason I think he's going to win is because I think the Republicans are going to cheat.
Oh,
because I think what's happening right now is that they're just they're just gerrymandered Texas, right? So they get 5 more votes.
Did they get that done?
Yeah. Yes, they did. It has to be signed in by the governor. So
no, will Abbott sign it? I'm back.
Will Abbott
he's gonna stand up and say because he's crippled.
And then and I also hear stuff. Trump is railing against mail-in voting, and he was like, I talked to Putin, and Putin was like, there's no country in the world, no decent country that does mail-in voting. And I saw someone fact check. They're like, here are a list of the countries who did mail-in voting. Number 1, Russia. Went down a line of like the vast majority of Western democracies that you would want your elections to be.
It's the voting machines that seem like, obviously mail-in voting, you can't have like the horse shit of like not verifying who's sending it in. You need to verify that, which they sometimes don't do a great job of. But it's like the voting machine thing that's bananas, where it's like, why do we have machines for this? Like these should all be paper. It should be tangible. Any company that has voting machines also has investors and private
interests. Woman president?
Well, yeah, that's what we get with that probably, but like it's just wrong to do that.
Voting machines are the strength of America, Taylor. They ensure that the good guys win.
I don't. It seems like a very easy way to manipulate votes.
So I think Trump's going to look. Trump's in power. He's clearly flexing his ice, not just to do what they're supposed to do, but also to intimidate political opponents. I saw Newsom had that big press conference. ICE raids show up outside the building to like harass like people outside. It's like, why aren't you serving warrants? Why aren't you in
well, Kyle, he doesn't want to post neighborhood. He doesn't want to post the deportation stats anymore because it's so successful. He doesn't want to brag about it. It's not because it's a fucking pittance.
That does sound like Trump. He wouldn't want to brag.
he wouldn't want to brag about a wildly successful endeavor. Where he exempts huge portions of migrants and illegals from deportation.
They haven't been exempted. He flip flopped back on that, and then he sort of paid lip service to the farmers, but did nothing for them. If you look here, I think he's doing his best on this immigration thing, and it's harder than he thought it was going to be, and maybe it's harder than we think it's going to be because I don't know anything about fucking getting millions of people. But here, like this headline is all 55 million active immigrant visas under review. The Trump administration said
55. We have 55 fucking million active immigrant visas, and we're wondering why Americans can't get good paying jobs. Fuck the people who rule this country. Fuck them in their fucking asses. This is insane. 55 million. 55 million.
That's a higher number than I expected.
Yeah, we're being replaced in our workforces by migrants.
There
Fuck
aren't
this shit.
nearly that many gas stations in the country. Where are
This is fucking insane. This should make people upset. Anyone who cares about America should be like, oh, so you imported 55 million people on visas, and a lot of them are taking jobs from Americans. Our rulers hate us in a way that we can't even understand. They have contempt for us.
I wanted to get many are student visas. Sorry, Kyle.
Oh, I don't know. Probably a significant portion of them because I guarantee they're included in that number. I just wanted to get that prediction, that prognostication in here. 6 months into the Trump, 8 months into the Trump administration, with the 3.5 years ahead on this one. I think that's going to be the outcome of the next presidential race.
So I'm not saying you're wrong, but I will say if the Republicans do that, I think it'll be a mistake. And I'm talking about anointing JD Vance as the heir apparent. When Republicans did poorly, Bob Dole was the representative, like the guy who ran for president. And there wasn't much of a primary. He was just next. It was his turn. And then John McCain, not much of a primary. I don't remember who even ran against. He was just kind of like the top guy.
Who's the Swift boat guy? The fucking long face.
Kerry, but I'm talking about the Republicans he ran against in the primary. McCain was just sort of anointed the presidential candidate.
Dog on the roof of the car. Who's that guy? The Mormon.
Mitt Romney.
Mitt Romney.
So boring.
And now, I'm still going. The Democrats, as they lose, I feel like all of our candidates have kind of been anointed. We somehow did Sanders a little bit dirty and didn't give him a chance. And then this last one where Biden did win, like everyone else dropped out of the race and endorsed Biden's, to tank everyone, I guess Sanders' chances. It just seems like we're anointing the primary victor instead of letting the people choose. And that hasn't worked out well for any party who's done it. If they do it for JD Vance, I don't think it's the winning strategy. They should have a healthy competition and let the best man win.
I agree. JD Vance has a fuck ton to prove before he's worthy of that. Because it feels like he was kind of on the, and I know you won't like this, Woody, but to me, JD Vance feels a lot like Buttigieg. People who are not a big deal at all. People who are not a big deal at all.
News whisperer.
Both gay. And and they get like promoted via billionaires in the media to this high rung artificially, and it doesn't feel like they had like who on the right 3 years ago was like Vance. The same number of people that 3 years before Buttigieg, or 2 years or 1 year before he was kind of foisted upon us, no one was calling for the largely not that super popular mayor of South Bend to suddenly be in a cabinet. And so it's like, it just gives me that same taste in my mouth of like, this guy Vance is backed by Peter Thiel, these powerful interests. He's in favor of the H-1B shit, which serves the tech people like Thiel and Musk and whatnot. It doesn't seem like his popularity is that organic. And for that reason, I just get that same Buttigieg feel from him where it's like, yeah, no one really rallied and asked for these guys. They're just kind of now here.
I hope AOC runs. She's 35 now. Her birthday's in October.
You'll hate her in 3.5 years, dude. You'll just be remembering the good old days.
That ass will be so fat in 3 years, dude. Just trust me. Latina's ripen, okay, and she's not there yet. She's not ready to be picked.
That's a great take.
We're gonna leave her on the vine. All right. I clipped off all the other Hondurans and Puerto Ricans and Dominicans off and let all the juice go straight to that big old Latina booty.
Dude, if you're just going for the cutie pies, I feel like Lauren Boebert is up there too. as far as the politicians, jacking a guy off at fucking Hamilton or whatever the fuck that was. Like
that wasn't.
She
Bobert,
definitely has her charms.
Wait,
that was
what was
Lauren
she?
Boebert.
Maybe it
Wait.
was.
It was an OTPH check, and it was only a partial one. You know, and that's you
need to do more than that to get my vote.
You gonna walk around Hamilton with cummy pants?
she needs to unzip that thing.
Now that bitch, it's getting told now.
I like AOC, but I don't agree with her a lot of her politics. For the same reason I like Massey, although I don't agree with nearly any of his politics. And it's that like I feel like both of them have arrived at their position from like a principled stance of what's right and wrong, opposite ends of the chain of the spectrum there. But you know, Massey, that's the guy's name, right? The Republican
Thomas
who
Massey,
he votes against every freaking spending bill because he thinks that's right. And I'm like, you don't have to agree with me to get my respect. You just have to come from a principled place of what's right and wrong. And AOC and Massey both have that, even though I think they get a lot wrong.
I think AOC polls terribly nationally. I think she's very unpopular, a lot of negatives. She's super liberal, obviously. And then she's got a lot of other things bad going against her, but she's very pretty. I'd like to see her be part of the process, I guess is more what I'm saying.
You know who I want in there?
Because I think, let me just one more. I think that AOC will fill the shoes of like a Bernie and pull Newsom or pull any more right wing Dems further to the left, which is in the interest of the Republican Party. Like she'll take stances that the left wants, and Newsom will be stuck there. Like, well, don't you want all the immigrants to come in for free and give them health care? Like, well, maybe not all of them. She's like, bigot, and just you drag him over to the left.
That could happen. I could see that. I want to see Jon Stewart run.
Me too.
I know, but he's been working with Washington for decades now. He's been observing Washington forever. I feel like he's as much an insider as Trump used to be, his first term, prior to his first term. Like, did Trump know politics? Yeah, he was on the outside. He knew the Clintons. They were at the wedding. Like he wasn't he never worked in the White House or in politics at all, but he wasn't a complete stranger to it. That's where Stewart is. And I think that he would be a principled president.
Yeah, I really need to see like a mission statement. I need to see where he is on all of the major policies. Like I bet economically and fiscally and maybe even foreign policy wise, probably on the same page with someone like Jon Stewart. But I don't know where he is socially and as far as immigration. And those are two things, and gun control and drugs. And those things from the right and left are where I'm like most I don't know, inflexible. It's like, wait, you believe that? Well, I wouldn't want you then. Like if that's your take on that thing, then no thanks. Like no, maybe no, they can't compete in women's sports. No.
Dude, the Democrats are on the wrong side of that issue, and it cost them dearly. And I hope they can learn from this mistake. It's like, I don't want to throw trans people under the bus, but good God, could you give up sports?
They do it themselves.
I mean, you can say, hey, just be nice to them, but don't let them necessarily win the freaking state championship wrestling, when you put a boy in there against all the girls. Like, just
and it's not even just that. It's like, I don't want my daughter to be in a locker room with a dick.
Yeah.
Like it's as simple as that. Like I don't care what you believe or what you identify as. I don't want my like 12-year-old daughter to see your dick. I don't want your dick in there near her without an adult present. Like I remember what locker rooms were like for like when I was, I just talked about wearing 8 pairs of underwear and get spanked by a dude in middle school.
I have friends all over the fucking political spectrum. One of them you just saw is literally running for Congress. I have friends who are communists. It's like they're completely all over the political spectrum. I have not met someone who genuinely and honestly like has some weird progressive take on like that whole issue. Even like my gay friends are like, when it comes to shit like that, it's like, no, we'll keep running with everything the way we've done it for forever. And like, we're not fucking playing pretend. Like now everybody has to pretend this is a fucking woman who's allowed around, little girls or whatever.
So I swam in college. Nobody hates that fucking person from Penn State more than me. He was on the guys team, a Division I swimmer on the men's Penn State swim team the year before. And then over the summer, he comes back and competes against the women and beats them all. Of course he did. He was a D1 male collegiate swimmer.
It just feels like such a silly topic too for like the Democratic Party to even pay any modicum of attention to, instead of focusing on like economics. Like the economy's fucked. Everybody knows that. Everybody agrees. Where it's
and Trump slapped him in the face with it every time he got in front of a microphone.
Mm-hmm.
They want men and women's sports. You know that, right? These people are crazy. They're great. And it's like
they can't abandon it. They can't leave it. One of the largest voting constituencies of the Democratic Party are single women. And that includes older single women. And these issues for them are seen as like tentpole, like important things. And so like a lot of like people like Woody who are like sane and like know what they want now and then, but like you're like, hey, can we cut this fucking nonsense loose? They still have to serve that constituency, and those people are not engaged with the Democratic Party because of some neoliberal economic value. They're engaged with it because of the culture war stuff. And so it's really difficult to extricate that.
It's an absurd thing to be talking about when it's 2% of the population, if that, and what percent of that population is trying to get on these sports teams anyway. It's a minor issue that becomes a major issue because they're so inflexible about it. And it's one of those things that looks so weird. And you're able to say, look how crazy they are on this. That's plain, like easy to see. A layman can get that this is wrong, and yet they are clearly on the wrong side of it. So then when you flex over to something that's more nuanced and complicated and harder for the layman to wrap his head around, like fucking immigration, geopolitics, tax law, whatever, the healthcare, they're like, well, I don't know. They're crazy on that other thing. I don't really understand how healthcare works, but I don't want crazies deciding how my healthcare works. It's a no-win issue. That and the gun control thing, they always go too whole hog on that.
Yeah.
And of course, anyone from the right will always say they want. I remember Trump literally saying, they're taking your guns away. They want to take your guns, but I'm not going to let them. He's there in front with the NRA. And I can't remember the guy that runs NRA. He's over there like slapping Trump on the back. And it's like, if you own guns, if you care about the Second Amendment, then you're like, how can I possibly vote for that person?
The most ambivalent to guns Republican in the past 50 years, because like at the end of the day, like his beliefs are kind of those of like
convenience,
an anti-free trade Democrat from 1998.
Yeah, I used to have a bump stock. I just want to get that out there. Like Trump is not the gun savior. I had a bump stock until that fucker became president.
I had 30.
Unrelated. I'll say not that I'm a single issue voter, but like, yeah, there is one issue that I care about way more than everything else. Obviously, the fucking economy and. But I was so convinced, and I said this a million times this last election, where it was like, dude, if the Democratic Party ran just a milquetoast, middle of the line moderate like fucking Obama, just like some clean, boring nerd, like good looking, boring nerd, he would have swept the fucking election. It would clean house, because there are so many people I've met, and not like the fucking what's the meme that got me again. This is all coming from a guy who doesn't fucking vote.
It's the you filled the again award.
Not allowed.
Yeah. Mine's voluntary. Yeah, but
it's okay. I voted twice, Kyle.
Me and my grandma, who's been deceased for 15 years. But I was like, yeah, dude, if they ran like this milquetoast, moderate, fucking good-looking guy who didn't have a hardline stance on anything, they would have won that election so much. Because I know so many people who voted for Trump who are, like independent, whatever the fuck you want to call them, who literally only voted for Trump because it was a vote against Kamala Harris, and nobody was fucking thrilled about either.
Yeah, that's why I voted against. I voted against Kamala.
Mm-hmm. Trump had the easiest paths to the presidencies ever. Like first he goes against Hillary Clinton,
Wow.
Anyone can beat Hillary Clinton. She's the most disliked woman in America
She
for
sucks.
30 years in a row now. And then he goes against the corpse of Biden, who just stays in his basement taking Zoom calls, not really campaigning, and Biden beats him.
Well,
And then
not
he
the
goes
corpse of
against
Biden. To interject, Biden is the most popular politician in American history. We need to make sure that's clear. By votes and huge margins, the most popular
voting
politician
against
in American
Trump
history,
in COVID
which is
times.
true.
So then Biden barely even runs, stays in the basement, takes these Zoom calls, barely has things because it's COVID, and he beats Trump, who was sinking himself daily by just telling like COVID lies and suggesting that we have fewer tests and stuff like that. And then he runs against the corpse of Biden again, beats that guy, gets against Kamala with 100 days notice, and she loses. No one likes her. He just had, like, if he was up against Kerry, I think he would have lost.
It just depends on the environment. Like the economy since 2019, since COVID, has been dog shit. There has never been a period of goodness in that time. Like there's been news narratives and nonsense from Biden pretending the numbers were good to now Trump pretending the numbers are good. It's not been good for anyone. And so really, when it came to the Kamala Trump election, it feels like she really sealed her fate when they asked her, like, what would you do differently than Biden? And she was like, nothing at all. And they were like, okay, well, that's not working.
That was the view, by the way. That wasn't some hardball question. That was meant to like
that clip went viral.
Her up.
Yeah. They were teeing her up. They were trying to like serve her a softball. They're like, hey, what do you think? What's
That's
your favorite kind of salsa? And
so
also, what are you
easy.
going to do differently from Biden?
It's so easy. It's so easy. You say, well, it's really about perspective. You know, I'm coming from a place, being a woman, being a colored person, being this, being that. You know, my roots, and you pivot a little. You don't have to shit on your boss. All right. You don't have, and you don't say nothing. You talk about how your perspective is different from your boss's perspective, how you're 2 generations younger, how you're black, how you're Indian, how you come from this multiracial family, how you're a woman, how you have all the, you're going to be able to look out for a whole other segment of the population that really hasn't had anyone having their backs, generationally speaking, ever in Washington, D.C. And moreover, for every American. And then they fucking start clapping, and Joy Behar starts sucking your clit, and Whoopi Goldberg's fucking hair comes out like the Predator. And it's fine. It's fine. Everybody loves it. But instead, she's like, oh, nothing. It was perfect serving under that fucking guy with dementia who stumbled over.
Who everybody lied and pretended didn't have dementia until 2 minutes ago. But now trust us on this new person. And it's like, the problem was also like Kamala has no rhetorical panache. Like you need someone with like the ability, like you need someone with rhetoric. You need someone who's quick, someone who's good at deflecting and, you know, redirecting towards a comfortable topic. And she failed tremendously at that all the time. And that's like, you know, who's good at that is Gavin Newsom.
Great at it.
He's very good at that.
You wouldn't want to, if you get into a debate,
you know who else is good at that?
He's going to serve your ass.
JD Vance.
Is he?
JD Vance is very good at being asked a direct question about H-1B visas or something, and then he's like, just off to the races, doing.
But
some
is it
other
a good
thing.
answer or just evading?
Because no worse an answer than what Newsom would do in that position.
Better than
but to
Trump's bullshit.
But to anyone on the other side, you're going to immediately identify like this is nonsense. This is nonsense. Like this is horse shit. But the point is that he can do it. Like Newsom, Vance, like these guys are politicians. They can, you know, they can lie. Kamala just failed entirely on the rhetoric issue, and being a rhetoric is a huge part of being a politician.
Someone needs someone who's a debater, not just a debater, someone who teaches debate.
A master debater.
A master debater needs to talk to her and explain how to like spin and how to shift and how to dodge through these questions.
Ted Cruz.
And
he's
good
at that.
Professional, look, if you're a professional baseball player, you know how to field that ground ball versus that line drive versus that pop fly. If you're a politician, you should know every possible question that could be asked of you. I know there's some weird curveballs you could ask them. You could be incredibly offensive to try to throw them off their game somehow. What if you have your period And the president of Russia, like you could get weird with it and try to throw her off her game. But she should
Kyle,
have
I'm
pre-pro-
65.
Are you telling us you're all dried up, ma'am? Is that the case?
Oh,
like
been that way for quite some time.
my pussy gets wet. It gets wet. that's our come on.
And then Trump goes, I bet that's me. I have that effect on ladies.
A lot of people saying my dick doesn't get hard. That's not true. It still gets hard.
Right now.
I fuck.
Trump does seem like a guy who fucks mostly to be known for fucking and not for like the enjoyment of fucking. Like he seems like he's really tied up in being seen as a cool guy.
Oh,
He's a trophy banger. He's not
a
in it for the
trophy
love of the
banger.
game.
He's not in it for the fucking love of the game, dude. He's not a Miracle on Ice kind of guy.
Here's the thing he would do. So what Trump would do is he would set an appointment with some business person he knows, some acquaintance that he wants to fuck their wife. So he'd invite their wife to Trump Tower. And while they were in his office meeting with him, he would call their husband and induce them into a conversation of bragging about how they had cheated on their wives while their wives listened. He'd be like, I saw you with that blonde the other night. What's up with that? Oh man, I've been fucking her for months now. Those tits, can you believe it? You haven't even seen my brunette though. He'd induce them into that conversation while their wives listened, and then he would like try to spin that into some sort of like revenge fuck with the wife.
Yeah.
And it must have worked because I've read.
You think he ever called he's like talking to Stephen Hawking. He's like, Donald, I know we had all that fun on the island, but I'd rather stay distant. Like, so true. I know you do the maths, all sorts of things about black holes. Black holes is something I'm really not interested in. Seems gay. Seems like you're gay. That's why I fucked your wife. Or I guess
Hawking was actually was cheating on his wife. But
that actually doesn't seem fair because he was totally immobile, which means that lady lifted his dead body onto a table and then sucked his dick.
It was his
he could have been like, please. No.
I'm like poor alleged child rapist Stephen Hawking got raped himself.
He was just hanging out in the temple. There's no way he was doing that shit.
Yeah, he was in the, have you seen that picture of him? He's like sitting on the beach chair. It was like I think somebody tweeted it. But
he
he's
was cheesing. He was smiling, having a good time.
There's a girl on either side of him, and it was like,
no
offense, but if you got assaulted by this guy, that's on you.
Yeah. He had a really good sense of humor. He would do this thing where I think somebody tripped over like a cable near him one time, and he immediately went, like he acted like they unplugged him and like killed him or something.
All right. He's cooler than I thought he was. That's funny.
Yeah.
I mean, he had his flaws.
Sure. He had his flaws.
I don't know that he had any flaws. All I know is some billionaire invited.
Oh, you don't know if that guy had any flaws? Number one, can't walk. Can't walk.
He just talks about gay nerd shit all day long. Nobody gives a fuck about.
Yeah. You're going to talk about black holes? Yeah, okay, cool. Okay,
space
cool
isn't real. You can't prove to me space is real.
I think it's real.
Stephen?
Yeah, they wouldn't send Stephen Hawking up there. He'd be they had to make him a special suit.
I mean, it'd kind of be ideal, zero gravity. Well, he is
like it up there.
His body.
Finally, the pain is gone.
No, if he were paraplegic, that would be the ultimate place. But if you're like a total sped, like you can't move at all, it would just be like you're out of control and you're bumping into knobs and buttons and things like yeah. They wouldn't even let him float around up there, I bet, because they know he can't control himself well enough to like not hit the fucking blow everything up button. Lou Gehrig's disease.
Oh, for some reason I thought he had cerebral palsy.
Yeah, Lou Gehrig's disease. It's I watched a biopic of him one time, and it seemed like it kicked in like his early mid-20s and like slowly progressed until he was all paralyzed like that. It destroys neuron function or something like that. So you can't move. Let's see, what does it say? Progressive neurodegenerative disease that destroys major motor neurons and leads to gradual paralysis. Diagnosed at 21.
Oh my!
How could he do that job?
I think he was a professor at Cambridge.
Slowly.
For a long time. Yeah.
Right.
He was on crutches for a long time. Like it took a while for to put him in the chair and make him all crippled up like that, I think.
Did you know that Lou Gehrig died at 37?
Isn't it a crazy coincidence that he died of Lou Gehrig's disease?
Yeah, can you? What are the odds of that?
Imagine the luck to die. That is like that is crazy early to die of that, right? Like,
No, I think it's more or less
Lou
a death
Gehrig-
sentence.
yeah, Lou Gehrig. Like, I don't think there's any
They
treatment.
didn't know how to treat it. He
Lou
was the
Gehrig.
fucking first.
No, what do you mean, Kyle? I assume they named the disease hundreds of years ago, and then destiny called.
That'd be a real
She
fuckeroo.
shouldn't have named her child Lou Gehrig. It'd be like if my son's name died of getting hit by a school bus. On
Yeah, this is my son, leukemia.
Yeah,
That is a
Damn.
funny name.
That sucks. Poor Lou Gehrig. Shout out, friend of the show.
Anthony Cumia could name his kid Lou. It'd be close enough.
Anthony Cumia disease is when you tweet every black crime that is occurring in real time.
it's so racist. It's like, geez, bud, we're all thinking it. You don't have to post it on Twitter.
Man, they fucked him up. You know, like he sees. That black lady messed with him, and then instead of killing her, he went on Twitter and had a rant because he thought that would be less damaging to his career. But it turns out he'd have been better off shooting that lady.
There'll only be one story told.
Only one story told.
Assuming his aim is worth a darn. I've made an assumption.
He had a high cap magazine. He'd have finished her off. He'd have done her like that bear.
Shocked to learn his career in terrestrial radio didn't pan out after.
He's back on terrestrial radio.
Are you fucking serious?
Yep. Kumi is back on radio, is what I hear. I haven't heard any of it, but
What I hear is Howard Stern just got a new contract. I was hearing day after day that everything was over and his career was ending, and it's fine. He's in his 70s. It's okay to retire. But then I heard he got a whopper contract. Am I right?
Yes, 500 million, 5 years. He must sell a lot of subscriptions for them. I know that I only kept the service for as long as I did for him. He at the end, I would occasionally flick on some music, but really, if I wanted to listen to music, I wanted to listen to my like alt rock station here in Atlanta, or a country station here in Atlanta. I didn't want their like greatest hits bullshit on XM, but I listened to dozens of hours of Stern. Every road trip, I would force my passengers of like, you're gonna love this guy or hate him, but you're listening one way or the other. These girls are playing ping pong with their assholes. This is gonna be great. Oh, they did. There was one where they played. It was ping pongs with strap-ons, though. They also did. I think they did a game where they put the some sort of target in the girl's asshole and they threw balls at it. It was always something wacky.
He did a bit where this is like early Stern, but the woman was like called in like she was really turned on, so he had her squat over the subwoofer and went to make it vibrate for her.
And she's
yeah.
There's no way he didn't hire her to do that. Like, there's no way that wasn't a setup. That's in the movie. Have you seen the movie? It's really good.
I have, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good bit.
Private Parts is a very good movie. You ever seen Private Parts, Taylor? Howard Stern's biopic?
No.
We'll put it
He
on the
plays
list.
himself, and it starts off when he's a teenager. So how adult Howard Stern plays teenager Howard Stern, like at his mom's house.
so he's like
and stuff.
Simpsons mole man, fellow kids.
Well, he made the movie in like, I'm gonna call it 98 or something. So he was 50, let's call it, and so he's definitely an adult man. But it looks weird for him to play a 17-year-old kid, and that's part of the gag is that he's playing himself.
I get that the Stern Show was funny and whatnot, but they seem to rely most heavily on like mocking retards and stuff, which is something the Opie and Anthony show did as well. But the O&A show mostly leaned on like having a bunch of funny comedians in and then just letting them riff. And that's why O&A, there's no way I could listen to old Stern and think it's as funny as old O&A because it's just not that style of humor I like. It's
like 3 or 4 hours long or something, and like the first hour would be news, a lot of pretty news heavy, and he'd bounce back and forth with Robin, and then you'd also have Gary. But like after a while, when
Strike one woman on the show,
she's very she is not great. I don't like Robin at all. I never did. I like the rest of the guys. Though. Everybody else, that whole cast of dudes they have there, and I don't mean the whack pack. I mean John, the stuttering John, and Gary, and yes, Jackie was great when he was still there. Jackie the Joke Man, And then who is it? Who's their boy that like his nose
Artie
rotted away
Lang.
from the Artie Lang?
Yeah.
Artie Lang had $1 million a year contract to sit next to Stern, eat sausage McMuffins, and send him a joke every 10 minutes. And you could tell every now and then Stern would be really funny, like, oh, that's a singer, and you knew that Artie had just been like fucking.
Artie Lang is a very funny guy, and so it was good to lock him up. But
So you have the drama of their lives. So Artie's life and his drug use was part of the show. He would talk about like how things weren't going well and like be really graphic about it. Like all the guys, and they would be so brutally mean to Gary that you didn't know if it was a gag anymore.
Mhm.
I have this theory because I think Stern is so fake, like most of the time, and I think a lot of the bits are like just written bits, and we're seeing them. Yeah, but that's okay. Because they do such a good job that I don't think anybody else thinks that. I think Gary fucked up his opening pitch at the baseball game on purpose. If you don't know this, Baba Booey threw one of the worst opening pitches at a Major League Baseball game of all time. Like when you go to ESPN top 10 lists or YouTube top 10 lists, it's in the bottom 3 in everyone's list. It's crazy bad. And he was a baseball coach. He's a little league baseball coach for his son. And they're like, does your son still take tips from you? And his son's like, not after that. Like his son's there. They're mocking him in front of his like 12-year-old children, like about how pathetic he is and how humiliating it was. They're like, that's your thing. You're a baseball player. You're a coach. Who would want to be coached by you now? And it went on for weeks and months. And then Jimmy Kimmel had Baba Booey on. And surprise, surprise, he's like, well, we got a surprise for you. And it was a surprise. Jimmy Kimmel's a piece of shit. We've got a regulation pitching mound, a catcher, and here's a ball. And he gets another chance to like make it right. He hits a woman in the crowd.
That's the funniest possible
that is
outcome.
funny. Yeah. I didn't know Baba Booey was a guy.
That's
He's the producer of the show.
Okay.
And you never know what's true. He wasn't paid that well, but Howard Stern was so successful. He made more money on the side as a consultant to other like shock jocks and DJs. And Howard Stern's like, why are they hiring you? You're terrible. He's like, they don't know that. They think I'm the reason you're good. And I'm like, I can't tell if this whole conversation's fake or not. I don't know.
Yeah. I remember listening to very old O&A, and Opie would constantly be like, guess what fucking retard Howard Stern is up to? And then like they'd all have to pretend to give a shit, like Jimmy and Ant, who just wanted to like riff and be funny. And then after the show ended, like there are so many episodes of like Jim on Ant's show or like both of them talking on another show where they're like, what was all that Howard Stern stuff about? And they're both like, oh my God, no one could have given less of a fuck about that guy than us. Opie was obsessed with Howard Stern, and he always thought we were like sniffing Howard Stern's numbers. No, we were getting blown out by Howard Stern. Howard Stern was blowing out everyone. The idea that we were rivals with him is something that exists solely within Opie's mind. We just wanted to make a funny show and invite a bunch of comedians on and have Patrice O'Neill and Bill Burr and Dave Attell and Bobby Kelly and all these guys, Jim Jeffries, whoever over the years, come in and be funny. And that's what I liked the most about O&A. It was a bunch of guys with no script, and the comedians, when not given a Whack Pack member, turn on each other. And that's very funny. They're just ruthless to each other. And that's an enjoyable show. My favorite comedy content of all time, like more than any show, more than King of the Hill, more than early Simpsons, like old Opie and Anthony is hilarious.
I think she was an actress, Dana Plato, went on the show in '99, and they ridiculed her. And what they'll do is they'll start fucking with you, and then they'll open up the phone lines. Maybe they don't want to ridicule you because it'd look bad to the general audience. So they'll open up the phone lines so the degenerates can call in, and they won't cut the degenerate off when he's evil. The worst things you can imagine they'll say to these people. She killed herself after the show.
Oh, shit.
She committed suicide after the show. After Stern, she went on the show as like try to rejuvenate her career, try to revive her career. They ridiculed her and mocked her until she was like, well, this isn't going to work. And then there was the fallout after she left the show There wasn't social media then, but clearly there was some buzz. She killed herself.
So I just watched
Holy
a documentary about about like reality shows in general or whatever, and it had a clip of this woman who was on. I can't fucking remember what show it was, but it was like very early 2000s, like right when reality TV was like first taking off, and it was some dating type show equivalent to like The Bachelor or something. And Stern had this woman on, and she was basically talking about like how this reality, she basically was like one of the first people telling the American public, like, hey, reality TV, turns out you won't believe this. It's all horse shit. The way they had framed things, like she was trying to have a private conversation with like the guy on the show, whoever. And so they went out in the woods where there aren't a million cameras pointed at them. And they took off their mics and kind of like set them elsewhere to just have a private human conversation that's not being recorded. And the producers of the show put like audio clips that they had separately recorded of her like moaning.
Wow.
She was getting like a massage from another female contestant on the show, like just completely out of context. But she was on Stern and she was telling this story. And one of those people called in and unrelenting. He's like, you're a lying fucking whore, you stupid bitch. And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, this lady's just telling you like her version of the story. Like, I don't know what would.
Stern's very careful to keep himself like isolated from that kind of stuff. Like literally like just a plexiglass screen between him and the evil so that he doesn't have to wear it. He would play a game called, and I like this.
He definitely wears it.
He would play this game called Dumber Than a Box of Rocks, where he had 3 bimbos come on, and every time they got a trivia question wrong, they had to say, I'm dumber than a box of rocks. And he would be incredibly apologetic. I'm sorry. Oh, I hate that I have to ask you to do this, but it is the rules. Would you say?
It's the rules I
would
made
you say
up
the
for
thing?
my show.
And they're like,
I'm dumber than a box of rocks.
oh, I hate that you have to say that. That's so degrading. That's awful. You're wonderful. You're beautiful.
See,
Next
like that's
question.
like that's just fucking with someone who doesn't want to be fucked with in that way. You know what I mean? Like it's not as funny as like the way O&A used to do those like trivia shows.
When they stomped on that homeless man's food.
That was Opie and Jim at the time. Jim and Ant were like, "The fuck was that about? Why did you do that? Like that's so horrible."
And it could have been like a win for them if like immediately they had like come up the next day with the behind the scene footage of them being like, I'm just kidding, man. Let's go to Morton's and get a steak, and then let's go get you a new wardrobe and a shower. And like taking him out on the town and had a blast with him.
Dude, literally anything. They could have shown up immediately behind that and been like, Opie stomped that cake because we've got 5 better cakes for you right here. Enjoy 5. Give him an amount of cakes that are impossible to eat as a homeless guy. And then that is a funnier thing because he still gets his cake and this and that. But like he just stomped on some homeless guy's cake who's like, I was gonna eat that, and it's like, what the fuck? But they would do it in O&A, the trivia thing, where they would have their local retard Bobo go up against like the dumbest comedian they knew, Rich Voss, and it was funny because no matter what they said to Bobo, he wanted to be a part of the show. He wanted to participate. He knew they were poking fun, but he wanted to be a part of it. And the joke was that Bobo actually won a decent amount of questions where they'd be like, list every president backwards from our current president. And like Rich Voss just fucks it up early. And then they're like, Bobo, what did you get? And he's like, I had Obama and then George W. Bush and then Clinton and then George H.W. Bush and then Reagan and then Carter and then Johnson and he went all the way back to like fucking Truman. Like just a crazy like run for a guy who's retarded. And the joke was not bully the retarded guy. It was make fun of Rich Voss for being dumber than a retarded guy. Like, that's how it was structured, and that's why it was.
You telling me O&A only
funny.
had one retard?
No, they had many retards. It's just Bobo was the funniest of them.
They so
They
the
had
Whack
Lady
Pack on the
Di.
Stern Show all made bank. So they would do these gigs, like private party appearances, and they would host private parties as well, and they would make tons of money. So guys like Beetlejuice and Crackhead Bob and Jeff the Drunk and Wendy the Retard and Eric the Midget and Blue Iris and all those people would have these and the limo driver. What's his name? Stern's driver, or used to be. He did security later on. Anyway, that guy and Gary and some of the other guys in the back would be part of these things. And they'd all make thousands and thousands of dollars like every weekend to show up to some party and drink and have a good time with fans. And it became like they were being exploited, but they were getting paid. That just sounds like work to me. That just sounds like a job.
It was. Yeah. They like O&A would do that as well, where they had Lady Di on a cripplingly alcoholic woman. And they would like, at the end of the day, it'd be like, all right, Lady Di, do this or that. And then Anthony will throw in $20 and Jimmy will throw in $20 and I'll throw in $100 and you make that plus your little wage for today. And then the next day she would come in and they'd be like, where's the money, Lady Di? Did you pay that rent you need? And she's like, well, I really didn't, because after the show, I went to TGI's. And then at TGI's, and they would be like, just say TGI Fridays. Nobody says TGI. And they'd be like, what did you have at TGI Fridays? And they're like, she's like, well, I had chicken fingers and then 11 pints of beer. Jesus. And they're like, so how much money's left? And she's like, well, to be honest with you, about $4. And it would be like, you told us yesterday you would go right home and spend this on rent. And so in that way, like all these radio shows in the kind of more extreme era of radio were definitely taking advantage of retards. It was just the extent to which, or not just retard, like, or debilitated, not mentally healthy people.
But the show was big enough that it was a positive in their lives. I feel like Gary the Midget became Gary the actor because he started getting real acting roles. It started out as a joke because, like, obviously Stern's friends with tons of people in the entertainment industry, and tons of people who are in the entertainment industry are listening. So Eric would be like, I want to act. I want to be on CSI Miami. And like the producer of CSI Miami watches the show. So he's like, yeah, all right, get in there. You know, like he got tons of acting gigs like that.
That's fair. Yeah, I guess he was
2012, I think, from a surgery.
Stern was just his own level of popular at the time.
His interviews are still like amazing. Every now and then I catch YouTube videos that'll just be his interview with someone, and they're very good. They're very good interviews. I like hearing him have a straight conversation with Eric Clapton or fucking Barack Obama or whoever. He's amazing at it. But I feel
to talk about stuff you wouldn't think they'd open up about. Like he got Bill Murray to talk about his love life and like his sense of meaning and loneliness and stuff, and it was like, holy smokes, this is Bill Murray being real.
Yeah. Oh, another Jeopardy question. Which SNL cast member has won an Oscar?
I don't know any SNL cast. I've never watched SNL, really.
Just ignoring the cultural zeitgeist.
I've seen clips on YouTube of like the cowbell.
How have you never watched SNL?
Because it's for old people and gay.
What the fuck is wrong with you? This is
I don't know, using context clues, Bill Murray?
That was what a lot of the contestants guessed. But
hold on. Who
You'll
else
never
was
get
even
it.
On?
Adam
You'll
Sandler.
never get it. Nope.
No.
Who's that?
Eddie Murphy.
Nope.
Well, damn.
What
it.
era? Give
Those
me
are
a decade.
the only people I could have known.
It was. I honestly don't know.
Was
but it
Chevy
had to be,
Chase
it had to be
on
like
SNL?
80s or early 90s.
He was.
Okay.
80s, early 90s.
Did Chevy Chase?
Dana Carvey.
Nope. You'll never get it.
Yeah, I got nothing.
I didn't get it either.
Go ahead, give it away.
Robert Downey Jr. Robert Downey Jr. was a cast member of SNL briefly, and he recently won an Oscar for Oppenheimer.
He's your peer, right? Were you guys in that commercial together?
We were, yes. We didn't chat about that on the day.
Yeah, that makes you peers.
Yeah.
We're more interested in Guy Ritchie's guitar playing. No, it didn't come up.
Did you bring it up where you were like, yeah, I got the call about Iron Man also.
It wasn't for me. I'm too big for the suit.
Yeah. You know, I only take roles that show my face.
Seems like pretty gay cape.
Yeah,
shit
some
to me,
kid,
so I didn't-
some kid movie. No thanks, dude.
Comic books. I thought you were an actor.
Damn it. I was excited when you said we have another Jeopardy question to end the show, but then you didn't fucking
Drop
SNL
that
one.
one on you.
Yeah, I know. I was excited to. I wanted to get one right. Like I wanted
I
to.
liked it. I didn't know Robert Downey Jr. was on SNL.
Trout and I are closer to the same age. Have you ever watched SNL? Have you ever sat down and been like, time to relax and pop on some SNL
Like
for
on
some
a
laughs?
Saturday night, on a Saturday night, absolutely not, dude. One of the worst experiences of my life. This was Christmas, like fucking 5 years ago. My girlfriend's mom. We were talking about Saturday Night Live or Bill Murray or something, like in the same way we are right now, and she's like, "I got to show you guys something," and so she Googles, whatever fucking clip from when she was like 25 and SNL was on back in the fucking late 70s, early 80s. And she projects it up on their TV. And it was the shittiest skit I've ever seen in my life. Like I have seen, it was like the Loud Family, I think is what it was.
That's garbage.
And the concept was there's a family of people who are loud.
Yes.
It was so unfunny and just bad. Like even as a concept for a joke, it's just so shitty.
Yeah.
I
And
agree.
then Dave Chappelle took that and made it into a very funny bit on the Chappelle show. The you know what family.
Oh. When he's the milkman. Good morning.
SNL
was
skits
a very
mostly
funny
sucked. And I know you guys said you didn't watch it, but I bet you do catch the news sometimes. The SNL like fake news, especially the ones that go viral are, I don't know their names. I bet Kyle does.
Weekend
but, like,
Update.
Yeah.
Well, Weekend Update, but the actors' names. One of them's married to
Scarlett
Joa.
Johansson.
So, yeah,
That white
Black
guy's
Widow.
married to Scarlett Johansson.
Fuck yeah, he is.
Good
Yeah, he
job,
is.
He's all in
buddy.
his face.
Right, but they
Love
write
seeing
each
a funny
other's
guy gets a
jokes,
pussy.
and they usually like walk each other into saying things that are kind of regretful.
Yeah.
You've seen it. SNL.
They write
still,
each other's bits, and they're both and they're incredibly.
I
racially
have
offensive,
seen
but
those clips.
And the white guy has to just call black people monkeys or something. Like it's
Yeah.
literally that bad.
It's pretty
Oh,
bad. I like
You guys
the.
have told me about this.
They're like he's doing Superman. There's a black Superman. He's going to be the Man of Steel, but they spell it STEAL.
Okay.
And the white guy's telling that joke, and he's like,
That's pretty funny. So, that's good.
All right,
I don't
I got another.
think I could dedicate myself to 30 minutes of that though. It's good.
right.
It's good
I
to
think
clip.
nowadays a lot of shows kind of exist in like the YouTube short world. You know,
Yeah.
even though originally SNL, SNL is a YouTube thing now, and you just watch the better ones.
Oh, it's perfect for YouTube because they're skits, and of course what everyone says is only a couple of the sketches are good. It's like, yeah, they wrote all of this week in the last 4 days, rehearsed for one, and here it is for you. If they get 1 in 3 that are bangers, like, what are you complaining about? They're
There's-
great.
Yeah, there's no way I could do it. The other day I was driving, I was on like a 3-hour road trip, and I was just thinking of just like, ideas for shit I'm going to film or skits or whatever. And I came up with this concept for a skit. I was listening to, I think it was Fleetwood Mac, and there's this song where the fucking tambourine just goes so hard.
That
And so
narrows
I'm
it down.
driving, and I'm like, dude, it would be so funny to film a skit where it's like they're in the recording studio and the guy with the tambourine is like just taking it way too fucking seriously. And then I stop at the gas station and I like put the gas, pump in or whatever. And I'm like, this is a golden fucking idea. And I walk in, buy a pack of cigarettes and a Red Bull, walk back out. And I was like, seriously, this idea for this skit I came up with is really fucking good. And I was like, God damn it, I just wrote the fucking cowbell skit from Saturday Night Live.
That's it.
All right, the category is geographic neighbors. The
Okay.
Hermit Nation and the Land of the Morning Calm are nicknames for these two neighbors.
The
What was the
Permit
first?
Nation?
Permit?
The Hermit Nation
The Hermit
and the
Nation.
Land of the Morning Calm are nicknames for these two neighbors.
Australia and New Zealand.
No. They border. No.
The
So it's gonna be North and South Korea. I feel. The Hermit Nation's North Korea.
Hermit Nation.
It does seem like it would fit.
And what was the second one, Kyle? The Hermit Nation.
Land of the Morning Calm.
Land of the Morning Calm.
I'm gonna go with the Koreas as well.
Is it?
I got this one right, by the way.
Did I?
You got the Morning Calm. Laos and Vietnam.
No, false. So these two are right, and the clue was the Hermit Nation. I knew the Hermit Nation was North Korea, and I know vaguely the countries that border North Korea, Russia, China, South Korea. I don't know what else. And
It's just China and South Korea.
It's just Russia
and
South
Russia.
Korea.
And
I'm
Russia.
not sure China touches it.
Bet me.
I
Put some money
believe
on the
you
line
now
before you
because
Google,
Trout
baby.
said it.
I'm going
What's
$5.
the question? Does China border what?
$5 for Trout.
$5, no China. Russia and South Korea only.
Russia, China, and South Korea border North Korea.
It's exactly what I thought. The teeniest little fucking sliver.
It's 40, 50 miles, right?
Damn it. I owe Kyle $5.
You can owe me.
You know me. Don't pay me. I want this over you. Damn it. I didn't know North Korea was known as the Hermit Nation.
It is.
Nation of Hermits.
I love
they
Jeopardy. I'm glad that's
accept
still on
that
the air.
name? Or are they like, don't call me that?
They probably don't care to be called
Yeah.
that. They'd like to be the
speak
land
English,
of the
Woody, it's
magnificent
fine.
sun or something.
The cheese
Yeah.
god.
I'm surprised Jeopardy's still on the air because it seems so dry. And it's been on for decades and decades, and I like it. I really do enjoy the show. They mix it up a lot. That Ken Jennings guy is the host now. He's the guy you may
Really?
remember who went on that incredible run. I don't remember how many he won in a row, maybe 20, 30, something like that. Racked up some crazy amount of money. He's the host now.
Is he the one that lost
him.
and then the question was wrong? So they brought him back on and he won?
I don't know that.
I think I remember.
You
what
think
you're
that was
talking
Ken?
about.
Yeah.
Because he was on there. I mean, it was almost like a full fucking calendar year. He was on
and on and on. Like people who, it was like, did you hear about that guy on Jeopardy? He's won 25 in a row. What? I don't watch Jeopardy, but that's cool. Yeah, like I tuned in. I was like, let's see what this super genius who's mopping the floor with, like all the 50 people they've put in front of him. He's destroyed them all. Smart guy. So he's a good host for the show, obviously. And he's funny too. I saw the other day he accidentally gave the answer away before the question was asked, and he went shit. Like such a funny moment to see him be a human.
That is cool.
If you want a good game show moment just to enjoy on YouTube, look up the guy who figured out the pattern on Press Your Luck.
There's a movie about that.
Excellent. Yeah.
There's a doc and a movie's coming out too.
I thought you were going to say the guy who called his dad on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I don't actually need your help. I'm just letting you know I got $1 million. I'm going to win.
That's some
There was
king
a guy.
shit. I love that.
There was a guy who lost at like the $12,000 or $16,000 question, something like that. But the question was wrong. Like he didn't get it. Like it was a bad question. They brought him back and he won the $1 million.
The Moops.
Yeah.
The
That's
Moops.
cool.
It's Moors. It's a misprint on the card. It says Moops. There are no Moops.
That's a
Bubble Boy.
35
You know, there was a real Bubble
television
Boy.
reference.
That was like that's. I bet that's lost on people who watch Seinfeld now. They don't know that there was a world famous Bubble Boy for a while with an autoimmune disorder who had to live in a plastic bubble his entire life until he passed away in his teens.
There was that really shitty comedy movie. I can't even remember who was. It was like a.
Oh, it's
called Bubble Boy.
It's the guy from not Jared Leto, the one who looks like him, the fucking
Gyllenhaal.
Jake Gyllenhaal plays the Bubble Boy. Yeah.
Huh.
You know what's crazy? I've seen Bubble Boy.
Yeah.
That's it. That's a wrap. King Trout, thank you for coming. Great guest. Thank you for showing up. Taylor's going to take a film education class. We're gonna sort this out. There's something wrong with you. I can't believe like you watch TV, you watch movies. You have a big ass 80-inch screen. Like you have. What?
He watches the same shows again and again and again and again.
I run
I'm the
stuff in the
autistic one.
background.
I think not.
I just run.
What do you do while it's in the background? Like, what are you doing physically?
Live life. I do the exact same thing with fucking Futurama. I have
Sure.
Futurama
Sometimes I do background and I
100%
work
of the time.
out or I put some furniture together or I do some research or I just goof off or whatever. But sometimes I sit down and put on a fucking movie and I
That's like
watch it.
Twice
I'm
a week.
making my girlfriend watch The Sopranos right now. That's pretty good, right?
Oh, great. Good for you. You can watch it a fourth fucking time. Maybe
This will be my second full watch through.
Oh, wow. I've genuinely seen it so many times. I've seen it all the times.
Yeah, they're a little like I haven't seen it enough to not or to know every scene rather. And so like,
that's fair.
I'll see
I wish
little
I was
bits
you.
and be like, oh, I kind of forget that. Oh, that's good. I like when I forgot Paulie did that. Anyway,
Yeah,
check out or sorry, King.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I know it's a bit that you're not watching Terminator 2, but it actually does fucking rule. It's like one of the best movies of all time.
Na 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 na. Bum 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 bum.
Step one.
Dun, dun, dun.
Step one. Watch Terminator 1.
Yeah, give it or take.
All right. Look at King Trout's YouTube. Check out all his content. You will enjoy it. Funny guy.
PKA 766.
I know now